Hi everyone, welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield, and I'm going to go ahead, although it's not the top of the three, I'm going to go ahead and give you my top 5 stories of the day. We'll start with the DOC inmate attack video. I don't know if you were watching our broadcast last night, but we were the first ones to have it during the 5 and the 6. We were the first local station to have it, and then I also saw this video appear on Fox National this morning as well. It's a shocking new video that has been released that shows how quickly things go wrong for an Arizona Department of Corrections officer, and it is actually pretty haunting. It's almost like if you watch the way that the inmates pounce on these officers, it's as if you're watching a piece of meat thrown or a treat thrown at a I don't know. I probably shouldn't say this because I don't want to offend anybody, so I'll just stop where I am. I'll allow you to watch the video, and you can determine whether or not how you would compare this video. But it just looks like they pounce on these officers. It's frightening. You get a better idea of what these men and women go through every single day. I mean, this is a dangerous job, which is it's obvious that it's a dangerous job, but I think we forget that it's a dangerous job until you see video that looks like this.
We are seeing video of a violent attack at the Florence prison that left 7 corrections officers hurt, one of them seriously. The video coming from a surveillance camera inside the prison's chow hall. Troy Hayden is live with this Fox 10 exclusive. Troy.
And Carrie, this attack actually happened back in April. The Department of Corrections just got permission from attorneys to release the video. It shows how much corrections officers risk every single day to watch over some of the most dangerous men in our state. This video, released exclusively to Fox 10, shows just how quickly things can go very wrong for Arizona corrections officers. This was shot back in April during an evening meal at the maximum security unit at Florence Prison. Inmates upset that officers were walking through their tables. They thought they were being disrespected. So they stand up and confront the officers, who are badly outnumbered. Just look at that. They refuse to let a female officer leave. And when more officers move into the chow hall, the inmates attack. It's vicious. More than a dozen of the state's most dangerous men kicking and punching the officers, who are armed only with pepper spray and stun guns. The officers are no match for the charging inmates. And only when many of those inmates are hit with the pepper spray do they start to back away. The attack only lasts 14 seconds, but it's enough to do serious damage. One of the officers, Sergeant Joel Reza, laid his body over a colleague, getting between him and the inmates, trying to shield the blows. He was given a Valor Award for his efforts last month. One of the officers targeted in the attack has serious head injuries and has not yet returned to work at the prison. The DOC tells us these attacks don't happen very often, but when they do, things can go very bad very fast, as we saw there in that video. And all 7 officers were injured. The inmates involved are being prosecuted for that attack. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
All right, and on to our next story. This is a really interesting story as well. This is a CNN exclusive. It's something that they have been working on privately. They're going to do a documentary on it. But if you go to their website, hold on. All right, this is an interesting, it's an investigative piece CNN's doing on Ben Carson. They are, according to their sources, they've interviewed 9 friends and classmates and neighbors who grew up with Carson, and none of these people can attest to this history he gave in his autobiography. For instance, this is a 1990 autobiography called Gift in Hands, the Ben Carson story. He's described the act as flowing from an uncontrollable pathological temper. The violent episodes he has detailed in his book and public statements and in interviews, including punching a classmate in the face with his hand wrapped around a lock, leaving a bloody 3-inch gash in the boy's forehead, attempting to attack his own mother with a hammer following an argument over clothes, hurling a large rock at a boy, which broke the youth's glasses and smashed his nose, and finally thrusting a knife at the belly of his friend with such force that the blade snapped when it luckily struck a belt buckle covered by the boy's clothes. I was trying to kill somebody, Carson said in his book, describing the incident, which he has said occurred at age 14 in 9th grade during a September forum at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. So CNN read this book and has done an investigative piece on Carson. They interviewed 9 friends, classmates, and neighbors who grew up with Carson, and none of them remember anger or violence. And so CNN's really going after him for this. They talked to him today for a few minutes at a book signing, and he said, well, these people knew me after the age of 14. These people knew me after I took a turn for the better and my life was changed. So I think that that's a very interesting development, something that we aren't seeing on Fox just quite yet, but you do see with the rise of popularity with these candidates that people aggressively start going after them and aggressively start digging, which we also have seen with Marco Rubio and Marco Rubio's finances lately, which is weird. Holiday shoppers are ready to spend more. I think this is an exciting new development. A new survey shows that 40% of U.S. consumers plan to spend more on holiday gifts this year compared to 2014. A year ago, when holiday retail sales climbed 4%, just 25% expected to increase their holiday budget. Online shopping appears to be the top choice. Another interesting fact is the National Retail Federation believes total holiday sales will grow at a smaller clip in November and December compared to last year. The industry trade group forecasts a 3.7% increase to $630 billion. According to NRF survey, average spending per person is still expected to reach, this is ridiculous. I don't know enough people to spend this money, but the average person is expected to reach $805, slightly higher in the 2014 holiday season, which was $802. So the average person is expected to spend $805.65 on their Christmas gifts, compared to last year's $802.45. I wish I had somebody that was spending $800 on Christmas gifts for me, but alas, I'll be lucky if I get a bar of soap. All right. Anything else exciting about that? No. Here is a package I pulled from Fox National. Surprised to see, and now I'm not the only person, because the first sentence here is some surprising criticism of President George W. Bush's top lieutenants by the president's own father. So we're going to take a look at that. Maybe I'll find that for you right now. And this is
in a
Brett
new
Baer
biography
reporting.
of President George H.W. Bush, the 41st president breaks his silence on his son's war team of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Vice President Dick Cheney.
He likes Cheney, respects him, but he clearly believed and wanted the historical record to reflect that he had objections to how Cheney had conducted his vice presidency.
John Meacham is a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and author of Destiny and Power, the American Odyssey of George Herbert Walker Bush. For the book, Meacham was granted unprecedented access to the Bush family and their archives.
President Bush 41 believed that Cheney embodied an image of the 43 administration that was in some ways counterproductive around the world.
The elder Bush believes that Cheney acted too independently of his son and advocated too hawkish a line after the attacks of September 11, 2001. Meacham says George H.W. Bush believes that Cheney was pushed toward a harder line by his conservative wife and daughter.
Well, I think Bush 41 suggested that perhaps Liz Cheney and Lynn Cheney had an influence on Vice President Cheney.
We smile about it. We laugh about it. Same with my daughter, with Liz. But my family was not conspiring to somehow turn me into a tougher, more hard-nosed individual. I got there all by myself.
Cheney is reading Meacham's book, in which the 41st president calls the vice president iron ass. Cheney sees the comment as more compliment than criticism.
I took it as a mark of pride. The attack on 9/11 was worse than Pearl Harbor in terms of the number of people killed and the amount of damage done. So that, I think a lot of people believed then and still believe to this day that I was aggressive in defending and carrying out what I thought were the right policies.
Meacham also writes in the book that, quote, Bush 41 believed Cheney and his hard-charging staff had fueled a global impression of American inflexibility.
I've had much worse said about me than anything he ever thought. And I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what he meant by those diary entries. I fully admit that after 9/11, I saw my role as being as tough and aggressive as needed to be to carry out the president's policy, 43's policy, to make sure we didn't get hit again.
Nevertheless, Cheney says he likes the book.
The diary's fascinating because you can see how he felt at various key moments of his life. So I'm enjoying the book. I recommend it to my friends and proud to be a part of it.
The elder Bush reserves his harshest criticism for Donald Rumsfeld, of whom he's quoted as saying, "I don't like what he did, and I think it hurt the president, George W. Bush. Having his iron-ass view of everything, there's a lack of humility, a lack of seeing what the other guy thinks. He's more kick-ass and take names." Secretary Rumsfeld declined comment. One revelation that came too late for Meacham's book, President Bush had said in his diary that he didn't think the country would accept gay marriage.
He wrote me a note in September saying that while he still believed in traditional marriage, he thought that people had a right to be happy without discrimination. And he said, I guess you could say I've mellowed.
In Washington, Brett Baer, Fox News.
I think that will be an interesting book to read. I'm looking forward to it. Wow. You know, I know that we are aware that a lot of money in our government is perhaps wasted and time, but Democratic Rep. Sanchez took to the House floor recently, I think actually today, to go off on Donald Trump and requested that SNL uninvite Donald Trump to appear on their program. She says, I rise today to encourage Saturday Night Live to disinvite Donald Trump from hosting their show this weekend. She said, and she's from California, her name's Loretta Sanchez, and she said on the floor, perhaps this blunder happened because currently there are no Latina cast members on SNL, as there have only been 2 in the entire history of Saturday Night Live. So I have some of that video for you because I would think that I was punking you if I was reporting this to you and you'd never heard about this or you didn't see it for yourself. I would think I was being punked, absolutely, because this is one of the strangest situations I've ever seen, and I'm going to share it with you now. It would be my pleasure. On the floor, the House floor, using this platform to request that Lauren Michaels uninvite Donald Trump to SNL.
Disinvite Donald Trump from hosting their show this weekend. Many may believe that Mr. Trump is just causing controversy so that he can get media attention, but his divisive and racist rhetoric has very troubling and real-world consequences. Many businesses and individuals have severed ties with Mr. Trump, and even SNL's owner, NBC Universal, stated that at NBC, respect and dignity for all people are cornerstones of our values, and they ended their relationship with Mr. Trump. Perhaps this blunder happened because currently there is no Latino cast member on SNL, and there have only been 2 in the entire history of SNL. I hope Saturday Night Live's producers, writers, and cast members will consider how Donald Trump hosting SNL will compromise the integrity of their show. Having Mr. Trump degrades the quality of SNL's humor because racism isn't funny, it's lazy, and it's cheap. Comedy has the power to highlight hypocrisy in society and reveal important social truths and political commentary. SNL has achieved that in the past. I hope it returns.
It's expired.
All right. So that just happened. And I do have goat updates for you. I know I'm seeing some chatter in regards to the goat. I know we've got an updated photo of the goat being reunited with its mother. Let me show that to you. I believe it's already uploaded to our Facebook page. Yeah, oh, so sweet. Are you kidding me? Here's the goat being reunited. This is Gus Gus with its mama. And I know a lot of you were watching throughout the morning and were concerned while the goat was still missing. And I don't know how many of you follow us on Facebook, but we posted probably the funniest video ever in regards to this trending story. It's a top trending story on Facebook right now. And I'm going to show that to you. Now, you might recognize this face. You might recognize some of the lines. But take a look at this in regards to the missing goat story.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let Gus Gus go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And you know the rest.
Adorable. It's our own Corey McCloskey celebrating or intimidating whoever had Gus Gus the goat, I should say, intimidating. And you know what? It worked because we got our goat back. And so did the Arizona State Fair. We are thankful for that. Where did I want to go next? I should have probably gone in this direction a second ago when I was talking about Rep. Sanchez. But check out some of these protests that took place outside of where SNL is filmed in regards to Trump.
It's not gonna make it stop. Red's calling shit. He's like, don't ask me. This is my first time here. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go.
It's time to stop this kind of activity, and we're standing up and saying enough is enough. America, there's a place for Latinos in this country. We're hardworking. We contribute to this economy. We are law-abiding individuals. We're fighting in our nation's armed forces. We serve this country as well as any other community in this country, and we do not deserve to be attacked by someone like Donald Trump every single time he opens his mouth. I don't know what they were thinking to extend this invitation to him. It certainly wasn't about sensitivity.
At the end of the day, all I was met with was indifference and no comment, no promise, no nothing, no reconsideration. So I think that NBC should be ashamed to tell the 500,000 people and the growing number that continue to add their name to the list
that they really don't care about what they think or what they say about their programs. They don't care whether or not they tune in to watch on Saturday. All they care about their ratings. And at the end of the day, it's very shameful to see this kind of message being broadcasted by individuals that hold one of the most popular shows on TV. There is nothing funny, and I want to repeat that again. There is nothing funny about mass deportation. When Donald Trump says that he plans to deport 11 million people, he's not saying a joke. He's being Donald Trump, and he's saying what he wants to do with people like myself.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. And the child. Why? Hey, hey.
I thought that this comment was interesting in the chat room. It's from Adam McCurry, who says, "Dear liberals, if your protest chants include, hey, hey, ho, ho, or what do we want, then I stop listening. And so does everyone else." That's a very interesting point. Wow. Belle says, "I'm going to watch SNL for the first time in a long time." I know everybody keeps talking about how this takes away from how funny SNL is. SNL has not been funny in a really long time. Jay Farrow and Colin Yost are the funniest people on that program. And do I say that because they both follow me on Twitter? Perhaps I do. Maybe. Let's go into, I feel like it's too early for me to give you the top 5 again. We just got done with the top 5. I'm not going to do that to you. I will go into some local stories that we showed last night, but maybe you haven't seen them yet, right? Perhaps, hopefully.
Backing on, it's a little chilly out there today, a wet and cool day here in the valley. As a matter of fact, check out this time lapse from our tower cam at South Mountain. Kind of day you just want to stay inside and curl up with a good book or something.
Stay in bed. I know that's what you think about.
Do some power TV watching, plow through some of the episodes you haven't seen. Dark clouds moving through the afternoon and bringing some rain showers to the desert, some of them quite heavy at times.
Did you get out of bed this morning?
I did. I woke up early, actually.
I'm just checking. All right, northern Arizona getting a early taste of winter. Look at that. Wow. Fabulous.
Including Flagstaff, where several inches of snow fell into today. And Fox 10's Jessica Flores spent the day in Flag, and she has the story.
It looks like a winter wonderland here in Flagstaff, and it's only fall. Still, residents I'm talking to say they're embracing the chilly weather. From snow boots for the baby to ice scrapers for the car, folks in Flagstaff busy stocking up on winter essentials during the first snowfall of the season.
Probably going to go get chains for my tires soon, so yeah, just kind of get prepped for everything.
30-year Flagstaff resident Will Loomis spent part of the morning shoveling snow off his car. Is this earlier for you guys to have this snow?
Yes, it's almost the earliest we've ever had it this early.
According to the National Weather Service in Flagstaff, November 11th is the average first day for measurable snowfall. And since 1898, it's only snowed on this date, November 4th, 3 times.
We love the snow. It's our livelihood.
The snow bringing plenty of opportunities for fun, and it also meant Flagstaff kids got to start their school day a little bit later today. Flagstaff Unified School District delayed school 2 hours due to the snow. Are you going to play in the snow today?
Yes.
What are you going to
do? Snowman.
You're going to make a snowman?
Yes.
Across all ages, Flagstaff residents enjoying the first day of snow this season.
I'm from Phoenix, so it's something I don't get to see very often, and I think it's a blast.
The National Weather Service has issued a winter weather advisory, and that's in effect until 11 p.m. Reporting in Flagstaff, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Jess. Stay warm up there and check out this picture. Just a perfect view along the 89A near Flagstaff. It's like a postcard. ADOT sent this photo out on Twitter showing the snow-covered trees and the wet stretch of highway. A winter weather advisory remains in effect. Dave Muncie joins us with a look at the snowfall totals. It's just a great fall day, isn't it?
You know, and that's kind of the way we like here in Phoenix to see our winter weather, is on a postcard. So that was a very picturesque picture. We love getting those, by the way. Anytime you take one, you can send it to us. We love to get it. Hey, a lot of snow around, folks. Lots going on. You can see the system has passed through the state. We're getting a little bit of wraparound from that low pressure system that's hanging around in here. But let's take a look at it. The snow level has dropped to around 5,500 feet. We do have an advisory right pretty much on the Mogollon Rim right there. As you can see, 1 to 4 at 6,000, 4 to 8 at 7,000, and 8 to 16 inches at 8,500 feet. So there's some snow out there. In fact, snow in Flagstaff since midnight. Now this is a number that may change. 5.3. This breaks the old record of 5 inches that was set on this date back in 1925. Also, let's take a look at this. Kachina Village, 6 inches. Belmont, 5.7. Mountain Air, 5 inches. Munns Park, 4. And Forest Lakes comes up with 3 inches on the ground. Look at this as far as our rainfall is concerned. We didn't get great amounts, but as you can see, 4 to 8 up in Surprise, they got 3,100ths of an inch, and you can see 1,200ths of an inch in Apache Junction. We'll have more on this storm coming up.
Thanks, Dave.
American Airlines flight that left Sky Harbor last night had to make an unscheduled landing because of an unruly passenger. It seems like this is happening more often, especially in the last few weeks. 2 separate flights have been diverted to Phoenix because of the same issue. Nicole Garcia has the story.
New York indie rock band The Augustines shared this photo on Twitter showing airport police standing in the aisle responding to a disruptive passenger. The band left Phoenix on board the American Airlines flight that was diverted to Kansas last night. One of the members also tweeted that a passenger was threatening the plane that he wants to kill people. Bad scene. Less than a week ago, this was the scene on a plane that was diverted to Sky Harbor. The American Airlines flight had left Los Angeles headed for Philadelphia when a passenger became belligerent. This is video from TMZ showing him being removed from the plane by law enforcement. And this was 2 weeks ago on yet another American Airlines flight diverted to Phoenix. This passenger allegedly threatened flight attendants by making finger guns. The flight was on its way to Dallas from San Jose. So why are passengers becoming so unruly?
There's a very high trend that involves passenger mental instability. And the flying public these days is a little less considerate and friendly than they used to be. I call it the selfie society. You know, it's all about me. It's all about self.
Kelly Skiles has been a flight attendant for 28 years. She says the stress of going through security, boarding, and the fact that planes are more cramped and crowded can also be contributing factors. Flight crews are trained on how to deal with and restrain unruly passengers if necessary.
We are the targets usually because we're there handling the situation and taking on, you know, the verbal and sometimes physical abuse.
The passenger that was removed from last night's diverted flight was arrested in Wichita on a federal count of criminal threat. No one was hurt in any of the 3 recent diverted flights, and passengers all made it to their final destinations. About an hour late, though, but safe.
Fox follow-up tonight.
That drives me crazy. I feel like you already are concerned when you're flying. You're already a little bit nervous. And then when you have people, well, we talked about this with Sky Harbor yesterday. You already are uncomfortable when you're going to fly. You already have a little bit of the jitters, and you don't need anything to increase that. You don't need anything that to additionally stress you out. Let's take a look at... This is one of my favorite places to eat, so I'm a little concerned about this Chipotle E. coli issue. Let's get an update.
The exact source of illness for this outbreak still remains unknown.
Inside the Shoreline lab, doctors are seeking the common denominator of the E. coli outbreak that continues to grow.
Of the 25 patients associated with the outbreak, 10 have been shown to have a type of Shiga toxin producing E. coli called E. coli 026.
With the majority of the foodborne illnesses linked to Chipotle restaurants in Washington and Oregon, experts are testing a number of food samples, mostly fresh produce from the restaurant.
It's unlikely to be a meat product because many of the diners didn't eat meat products.
The 25 confirmed E. coli cases in Washington include Ashley Arellano, who says she had a terrible pain in her kidney after eating at a Chipotle on October 14th.
I'm grateful I wasn't hospitalized or in a coma or worse, even dead, because I'm not quite sure how bad it could have gotten.
9 people in Washington have been hospitalized. Local attorney Bill Marler tells Q13 Fox News that 2 of those patients are young girls, an 8-year-old and a 14-year-old, who he says got sick eating at a Chipotle in Burlington.
I think that there's a very good chance that we're going to end up with more cases.
Moselle Freitas hopes she's not one of them. She ate at Chipotle twice last week.
If there's something that was part of the tomatoes, onions, cilantro, then there is a chance that I might be at risk as well.
Freitas says she will closely monitor her condition as Chipotle chains across Washington remain closed until investigators find answers.
I think proactively addressing to close the doors is a positive step in getting ahead of the story.
Less than a week into its third enrollment period, a major setback for Obamacare, specifically the nonprofit healthcare insurance co-ops, authorized by Democrats in Congress with the hopes of holding down premium costs, are shutting down at an alarming rate. From Colorado to South Carolina, Louisiana to New York, one by one, co-ops have been collapsing. Despite an enormous financial investment by the federal government, more than half, 12 of 23, have failed, with loans to the shuttering co-ops topping $1 billion. Leaving nearly 900,000 Americans looking for new coverage plans. But White House officials seem unmoved by the numbers, saying consumers still have options.
Even though that some of those co-ops won't remain in business, it will not affect the overall competitive balance of many of these marketplaces, as evidenced by the fact that 7 in 10 Americans can purchase health insurance for $75 a month.
Critics say the co-ops are failing because many offer artificially low premiums, have to operate in a strict regulatory environment, and have struggled to remain solvent because of too many payouts. And on Capitol Hill, lawmakers are looking for answers. Senators Orrin Hatch and Lamar Alexander wrote the administrator responsible for the program, asking about the epidemic of co-op failures. But administration officials suggest fewer co-ops don't mean fewer options.
It was an uphill challenge from the beginning. Obviously, some co-ops have risen to that challenge and have been very successful and are expanding into new markets and giving consumers new options.
This is costing a lot of money, and it seems like at many levels it's simply a failure.
Meanwhile, the president today took part in a conference call touting the enrollment period and the website healthcare.gov in an effort to have 10 million Americans signed up for Obamacare by next year.
We're focused right now on making sure, number one, that folks who signed up last time stay covered and continue to have a good experience. And then we want to reach a lot of folks who still haven't signed up but are eligible.
Senior administration officials tell us tonight the reason you're seeing this rash of co-op closures all at once has to do with the fact they want to make sure that people who still need coverage have the full range of options available to them by using the government's healthcare marketplace. But there are experts who remain skeptical. In fact, some suggest the remaining co-ops will all be closed by the end of next year. At the White House, Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, and that's a story I brought you a few days ago here on Fox 10 News Now. We had an Arizona connection. They recently shut down one of Arizona's co-ops, which is quite frightening. Let's get a look at an update on our current presidential situation a year from now. We are just a year out before elections. It's an exciting time in news. It's an exciting time in politics. Personally, I love politics. So let's take a look at what we've got going for this presidential race, thanks to Fox News.
2 Republican presidential hopefuls are getting Secret Service protection. Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson signing off on a plan to provide agents to GOP frontrunners Donald Trump and Ben Carson, who are neck and neck in a new Fox News poll at 26 to 23% of likely Republican voters. Marco Rubio, who's seen a bit of a surge, trails in 3rd place at 11%.
We have a chance to be greater than we've ever been.
But if we stay on the road we're on right now, we're going to be the first generation that leaves our children worse off than ourselves.
Delving deeper into the numbers, Trump holds a commanding lead over all his rivals when it comes to who can best handle the economy.
Trump has much bigger advantages on the economy, for example. Even on the question of who could beat Hillary Clinton, Republican voters nationally seem to think Trump is best positioned to beat her.
Trump relinquishes his lead over Carson when honesty is on the table. The retired neurosurgeon is the only candidate on either side with a trustworthiness rating over 50%. On the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton does not fare well when it comes to her trustworthiness, with 61% of likely Democratic voters questioning her honesty. Despite that, she still leads Bernie Sanders by 25 points, in line with other recent polls.
I feel like the president who goes through letter by letter and they distribute pens.
The next Republican presidential debate, hosted by the Fox Business Network and the Wall Street Journal, is set for November 10th in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
November 10th is going to be here before you know it, and thankfully, hopefully we'll be able to bring you some of that since it is a Fox. It's got some Fox association. I know last time we really couldn't, but the very first time we had a Fox debate, Troy Hayden sat up here with me, and we watched and we reiterated what was being said, and I enjoyed the way we did it the last time Fox had the debate. So hopefully we can do something similar for you next time. I think this debate will be drastically different than the one you saw on CNBC. There was such disdain for the moderators and for the network after that happened that I really think that they have to make dramatic changes so everyone will be happy and will happily participate in the next debate. Here is a story that I think is kind of ironic. It's healthy shopping. It's a Fox National story. I keep telling myself I want to work out, I want to lose weight, I want to better my body, but I also keep telling myself that it's the holidays and there's just no way that's going to happen. So I just need to accept the fact that I'm going to balloon because it's the holiday season, and I'll worry about getting skinny after the new year along with everybody else that signs up for a gym membership on January 1st. So I saw this package and I said, I need to click on it, I need to learn something new, and I need to determine that I'm going to challenge myself now instead of later to eat better and do better and be better. So let's take a look at this package. It's healthy shopping, and this is Douglas Kennedy. Thank you so much, Douglas Kennedy.
So I always walk out of the store with stuff I didn't intend on getting.
When Doris Rios enters a grocery store, it's always with the best of intention. Unfortunately, like most of us, you see the Pop-Tarts and the sugared cereal, and you end up making some unhealthy choices.
We do. We do that because a lot of them, they have sugar coating, they're different colors.
But Rios isn't completely to blame for buying junk. Big companies pay big bucks for product placement at grocery stores, like the end caps at the end of aisles. They're called slotting fees, and they're extremely effective in influencing shopper choice. Now, this man is using some of those same marketing techniques to convince consumers to buy bananas and other healthy foods. You've compiled years of scientific data that shows people will buy healthy if they're just guided that way.
Absolutely. When we provide people cues of knowing how much to purchase and what to purchase, people over and over again do what is suggested.
Colin Payne is the co-director of the Consumer Behavior Lab at New Mexico State University. Some of his techniques include suggestive advertising on grocery carts, baskets that have a specific compartment for fruits and vegetables, and this not-so-subtle arrow pointing people to healthy foods. Now, you claim this will also benefit the grocery store as well.
Absolutely. So produce is a higher margin item for the grocery store, and so by increasing demand for produce, they're able to make a greater profit.
Profit for the store and a better diet for Rios. A healthy reminder is always welcome.
Yes, it is. Whenever you have signs around showing us a direction to the good things, we stay away from the bad.
She says sometimes she just needs a little help to do the right thing. In Las Cruces, New Mexico, Douglas Kennedy, Fox News.
That is an interesting concept, product placement to kind of counteract the product placement that has made us morbidly obese. I'm morbidly obese. I'm just kidding. That's me being self-deprecating. I'm joking. Please don't report me to anyone for having low self-esteem. I'm kidding. I haven't seen Hillary Clinton in a few days, and I feel like there was a point in time where I was giving you Hillary Clinton speeches every single day. So we're going to check in with Hillary Clinton. She was in Sacramento. I don't know if you saw my tweet at KenzieFox10, but Christina Aguilera just held a some sort of money-raising event at her house for Hillary. I hate when celebrities insert themselves in politics, but that's what they do because they've got nothing else to do. So Hillary Clinton just held an event, or Christina Aguilera just held an event for Hillary Clinton. Katie Holmes was there, I think I read. But this is Hillary in Sacramento. And also, I doubt she needs to raise that much money. I'm sure she's made I'm sure she's raised plenty of money. She also had a fundraiser at Justin Bieber's manager's house. But here's Hillary Clinton in Sacramento. For another fundraiser. I should start having fundraisers for myself so I can afford to eat the healthy produce.
A luxurious Arden neighborhood is flooded with cars, crowds, and security for an afternoon fundraiser with Hillary Clinton.
I'm not a politician. I'm not involved in politics. I'm just your basic average citizen who is interested in the process.
150 supporters filed into the Sakopoulos family home, thrilled to see the presidential hopeful in Sacramento. Do you think you're going to be a little starstruck when you get?
I know I am. I already am already.
Assemblyman Jim Cooper co-hosted the luncheon.
It's energy right now. It's electric. People are excited to be here. I think it's going to be just a really good get-together, and small and intimate.
At $2,700 a person, the small, intimate event raised more than $400,000 for the Democratic frontrunner. Sacramento mayoral candidate Darrell Steinberg also came to show his support.
I think she's a clear choice.
If you get the opportunity to talk to her, what will you say?
Well, I've thought about that. I think I will say to her, I thank her for bringing up the issues of mental illness and mental health on the campaign trail.
Steinberg was not the only one hoping to speak with the candidate.
I'd say keep it going and good luck.
Bob DeSico lives nearby. He and a few others waited outside hoping to catch a glimpse of Hillary. The Clintons have held fundraisers here before.
Well, it's kind of a deja vu situation. I think when Bill Clinton came, he was president then, and I think actually they closed this road.
DeSico says he spoke to Bill Clinton back in the 90s. This time, no time for chatting. Hillary entered and exited through a private gate, waving and smiling through the window of her SUV on her way out.
And I know I have a lot of Trump fans in the chat right now, so let's give you an update on Donald Trump. It's a Trump campaign update from our Fox News national source. And this should be fun. I hate reading that his polls continue to fall. So negative. Why can't we just say others are rising? Good for them.
Donald Trump arrived at New Hampshire's State House to file for the first-in-the-nation primary ballot in 14 weeks.
All I know is I'm number one.
Indeed, he is the first Republican candidate to pay $1,000 and secure his spot on the nation's first primary ballot next year.
My slogan, make America great again. That's what we're going to do. Make America great again. And I'll sign that bill.
After a few recent polls where he was behind, a new Fox poll shows Trump slightly ahead of Ben Carson, who's virtually tied within the poll's margin of error. Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio are both surging and tied for third, and Jeb Bush and the rest of the candidates are in single digits. After filing, Trump met with New Hampshire's press corps and escalated his attacks on Rubio, Bush, and in particular, Ben Carson.
Ben Carson does not have the aptitude to bring jobs back, does not have the aptitude to deal with China, Japan, Mexico, and any other country you can name. Just doesn't have it. It's not his.
Trump's re-raising questions about both Rubio's past personal financial struggles and use of a credit card from the Republican Party of Florida for what some considered lavish expenses when he was the Speaker of the House.
Marco Rubio, all you have to do is check on what happened when he was running things with his credit cards, and I'm sure the reporters are going to be doing that.
He also announced plans to begin his TV and radio ad blitz with a warning to those attacking him.
If they hit me, they will get smacked like they've never got smacked before. I'm going to be very positive. We are doing ads. They'll be announced tomorrow sometime. We're starting with radio and we'll go into television.
Marco Rubio was also in New Hampshire today and dismissed Trump's claims about his finances and fired back.
He always gets weird whenever his poll numbers get a little down. He kind of goes off a little bit. So I guess that's what's happening. We're going to focus on our campaign and we'll pray for Donald that he'll find some peace.
After an admittedly poor performance in last week's debate in which he accused Rubio of keeping a 3-day French work week, Bush has since apologized to France and resumed his criticism of Rubio. We caught up with Bush on his Jeb Can Fix It reboot bus tour.
I'm thoroughly vetted, and every candidate that aspires to be president will have to go through the exact same thing. So Marco's going to have to explain whatever he's done. I don't even know what it is.
Rubio's attracting ever-growing and enthusiastic crowds. He's acknowledged that he does have 2 years of receipts for his purchases and spending with that Florida GOP credit card years ago, and says he'll release them in the next month or so. In Nashville, Carl Cameron, Fox News.
Thanks so much to Carl Cameron. He is the greatest. He really is. He's an amazing reporter, especially when it comes to politics for Fox News National. Hey, do you mind if I jump into my top 5 stories because it's 4 p.m.? Well, I'm going to. The DOC inmate attack video. This was a Fox 10 Phoenix exclusive. Troy Hayden was the first to bring it to you. And let me show you what he did prior to it making air. He made a video. He did one of the Facebook Mention live videos sharing portions of this video, and it has almost 700,000 views. What do you mean subscribe when he goes live? I'm already subscribed. Facebook, get with the program. So take a look at, this is Troy prior to us releasing the video on our local TV news broadcast. This was him giving you a sneak peek. I'll give you, I'll actually show you the video itself, but haunting video, shocking. This is fox10phoenix.com. Shocking new video has been released that shows how quickly things can go wrong for an Arizona Department of Corrections officer. This is a video from April. It's an evening meal that goes awry when these inmates think they feel disrespected because of the way that the officers are walking around the cafeteria, and it's frightening. But first I'm going to show you Troy on Facebook, his preview, his sneak preview. So if you follow him on Facebook, you get to see a lot of these little sneak previews before they actually air, and then I'll show you the actual story itself. So take a look.
Hi everybody, Troy, and I'm at work now. I'm in the newsroom, and I'm running a story at 5 o'clock, so in about 15 minutes, with some exclusive video that I got a hold of today. And just a quick backstory on it. I am doing a story. I went out to Florence Prison, the max security prison, and did a story on kind of a day in the life of a corrections officer, and they're down a lot of officers right now, and I wanted to look at some of the challenges of being in, a max facility, max security facility. And I tried to, I requested some video from there, see if they had anything that would show me how dangerous it is. And it turns out they just released something to me today that nobody else has. It's from a fight that happened back in April. Actually, I can't call it a fight, it's an attack. And I want to show it to you right now, and I'm getting ready to go on the air with this. So I'm spin this around. So here it is on my computer. This is the chow hall. I'm going to run it. This is the chow hall at the max security unit. This is the central unit in Florence Prison. So if you've ever been down to Florence, it's where you basically see that main prison, all the big gray buildings down there. And not much is happening at first. And I'm going to go ahead and scroll through this a little bit. So you see this corrections officer walking through. The inmates didn't like that. Apparently there were some newer inmates in here, and the corrections officers where they came from in another facility didn't walk through the chow hall in between the tables. And you're saying, well, that makes no sense. Why do they feel disrespected? And you're saying, why do they feel disrespected? That's because inmates sometimes don't think like the rest of us. So what you can't see here is there's a female corrections officer who's trying to leave this chow hall because they all feel threatened. They're all standing up. They're not obeying commands at this point. And they know something's going wrong here. So you can imagine, look at how outnumbered they are. They're trying to talk. They told me that what they try to do is use their words because they don't really have any weapons. And this is where things go wrong right here. And this is where I think it's so disturbing. Watch the guy on the far left. See these swings? Now watch. 20 to 30 inmates jump on those corrections officers, and they just kick and beat and hurt. 7 of them were injured, 1 of them seriously. And the whole attack lasts 14 seconds until people can come in, or the corrections officers can come in. And I want to show that to you again, because to me, it just blows my mind how quickly things went bad. And one of those corrections officers, again, was severely injured. So here they are negotiating again. Now here's where it goes wrong. Watch the man in the front right here who walks up on the left, and he swings right there, and then how quickly they all jump on top of him there. I mean, it's just awful. What you have to realize, and what I realized after being in there, and my story's coming up next week, and I'll do some more advance notice to let everybody know, is, again, these men are not like normal people, many of them, and they don't react to anger, and they don't react to stress the way other people do, and the corrections officers always have to realize that. Now, before I let you go, because I got to go do this live shot for the 5 o'clock news, here's the good story out of all of this. And that is this man right here. He is Sergeant Reza. On the left is Director Charles Ryan from DOC. Sergeant Reza there laid down on top of one of his fellow corrections officers while he was on the ground getting pummeled by all those inmates. And he was just given a Valor Award for doing that. So Officer Reza, I believe, represents the best of DOC, and he was injured in that as well, but he got in between all those inmates and his fellow corrections officers. So again, 5 o'clock, so I've got about another 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get ready, get some makeup on, get out and show this video to everybody. So tune in tonight at 5 o'clock, and I'm on at 6 and 10 o'clock. Those are the 2 shows that I anchor, and we will have more coverage on this. And follow me, if you will, or like me, at Troy Hayden Fox 10 on Facebook. So thanks for watching. Bye.
Tonight, for the first time, we are seeing video of a violent attack at the Florence prison that left 7 corrections officers hurt, one of them seriously. The video coming from a surveillance camera inside the prison's chow hall. Troy Hayden is live with this Fox 10 exclusive. Troy.
And Carrie, this attack actually happened back in April. The Department of Corrections just got permission from attorneys to release the video. It shows how much corrections officers risk every single day to watch over some of the most dangerous men in our state. This video, released exclusively to Fox 10, shows just how quickly things can go very wrong for Arizona corrections officers. This was shot back in April during an evening meal at the maximum security unit at Florence Prison. Inmates upset that officers were walking through their tables. They thought they were being disrespected. So they stand up and confront the officers, who are badly outnumbered. Just look at that. They refuse to let a female officer leave. And when more officers move into the chow hall, the inmates attack. It's vicious. More than a dozen of the state's most dangerous men kicking and punching the officers, who are armed only with pepper spray and stun guns. The officers are no match for the charging inmates. And only when many of those inmates are hit with the pepper spray do they start to back away. The attack only lasts 14 seconds, but it's enough to do serious damage. One of the officers, Sergeant Joel Reza, laid his body over a colleague, getting between him and the inmates, trying to shield the blows. He was given a Valor Award for his efforts last month. One of the officers targeted in the attack has serious head injuries and has not yet returned to work at the prison. The DOC tells us these attacks don't happen very often, but when they do, things can go very bad very fast, as we saw there in that video. And all 7 officers were injured. The inmates involved are being prosecuted for that attack. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
All right, and we are anticipating an update from Fox Lake in regards to the officer that, I mean, it's actually just the most bizarre, it's becoming the most bizarre story. We brought to you live hours of this manhunt. There were 3 suspects, I believe, originally that shot and killed this officer. We brought you the funeral. We brought you everything from candlelight vigils for this man, and then months go by and we realize he faked his own murder, that this is actually a suicide, and that he's been embezzling money from the police station he works for. And now we're hearing that he put a hit out on somebody that was allegedly investigating him for some funds that were missing. And we are going to have a live update for you from Fox Lake, I believe. I see that there's a press conference happening. Hopefully I get that back because I lost it. Hopefully I'm going to be able to bring you that, but in the meantime, let me continue with my top 5. CNN questions Carson's past. So here are some of the things alleged in Ben Carson's 1990 autobiography, Gifted Hands, the Ben Carson Story. And look, I think if you spend enough time with me, you know I'm pretty conservative. I love Fox National. I really am enjoying this presidential this cycle. I am enjoying all of these nominees. Although I also love a good investigative piece, and this is CNN exclusive. This is something they've been working on. He describes himself as a young boy as an uncontrollable he has an uncontrollable pathological temper. He says, and this is all before he turns 14 years old, he said, the violent episodes he detailed in his book and public statements and in interviews include punching a classmate in the face with his hand wrapped around a lock, leaving a bloody 3-inch gash in the boy's forehead, attempting to attack his own mother with a hammer following an argument over clothes, hurling a large rock at a boy, which broke the youth's glasses and smashed his nose, and finally thrusting a knife at the belly of his friend with such force that the blade snapped when it struck the belt buckle covered by the boy's clothes. I was trying to kill somebody, Carson said, describing the incident, which he has said occurred at age 14 in 9th grade. Now, he said that specifically about killing somebody at a Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. So CNN went and interviewed 9 of his friends, classmates, and neighbors who grew up with him, and they said they had no such memory of this behavior. I mean, these chasing your mom with a hammer, these are some pretty violent episodes he's describing, and these friends said that he was nerdy. He had a pocket protector, that in no way, shape, or form do they remember this character that he is touting around. And I don't know if the objective is to appear to be born again, a better person, or to give him some edge, like I've been where you've been. I don't know if that's the objective. But CNN is saying that they have spoken to 9 of his friends and classmates and neighbors, and that they say there's no such history there. So I thought that was interesting, and they're going to be doing a documentary on it. They spoke to Ben Carson today about it, and he said, everybody you interviewed knew me after I changed. So that's what he is saying. Okay, I've got that Fox Lake update for you. And I'm going to take you there now, and we will finish our top 5 after this.
Any white balance? You're good? It's the only time I'll admit being a flasher. there blowing the water. No, I'm gonna come over. Hey, how you doing?
Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Hopefully we get our feedback, but those bars are not looking good. I will sit here with you as we watch to see what happens before I go back into the rest of my stories.
Tonight, our village administrator, Ann Marin, and public safety trustee liaison, Jeff Johnson. I'd like to make a short statement. These last 60 days have taken a toll on our community like never before. I know that learning that the village has been a victim of criminal activity is hard for us all to take. Ann Marin was hired as our village administrator after an extensive 4-month search, chosen from a list of 63 candidates. The village board and I charged her with conducting reviews of all departments and practices. I completely support the efforts of the village board and staff to audit, improve practices, procedures, and make corrections where deficiencies exist and changes when warranted. During this time, our community's elected and appointed leaders, we must show that we are unified in our goal to get at the truth wherever that may lead. As I repeatedly stated, I have had and continue to have complete confidence in the Major Crime Task Force and the Lake County Sheriff Department. They all deserve our thanks, along with the coroner. They have worked very hard in what is clearly an increasingly complex investigation. We're grateful for their assistance, and we'll continue to assist them any way we can. Along with many in the community, the person that I thought I knew for 30 years had another side that I wasn't aware of. What has been revealed in the past few days has been shocking and appalling to me. I had no inkling that the Explorer program was being used for illegal activities or that threats to our village administrator had been made. I ask our residents to be patient and allow the investigations to continue. The amount of evidence that has been examined to date is enormous. I'm sure that further information will be revealed that is also shocking to us. Finally, I can't begin to say how proud I am of this village and our residents. After the death of Lieutenant Glenowitz, we came together as a community to support our police and fire departments. Our intentions were pure. People just wanted to know what they could do to help. These donations of food, offers of help, were endless. These selfless acts of humanity define our community. While the recent revelations are shocking, I'm still proud to say I'm from Fox Lake. We will continue to complete our audits, make the necessary changes. Together we'll get through this. We'll make Fox Lake an even stronger community. With that, I'd like to introduce our village administrator, Ann Marin.
Thank you for coming here today. I'd like to introduce two of our officers from the Fox Lake Police Department, Officers Brandy Henderson and Eric Ewald, and I thank them for their support. I'm just going to read a statement and then I'll take a few questions. If Glenowitz and his accomplices could steal from a program designed to help the youth of the Fox Lake community by stealing money and deceiving our community on a daily basis, then it's really no surprise that he would go to great lengths to keep his criminal activities secret and ongoing. Indeed, the idea that he wanted to maintain control over the Explorers was just another step in his attempt to cover up his conduct. Therefore, the news that Glenowitz engaged in the same criminal activity that he swore to combat, while shocking, is not at all surprising. But his conduct should not reflect on the men and women who wear the same uniform and serve their communities daily, faithfully, and with integrity. Even though this threat was made months ago, I take these threats very seriously. I am grateful to the law enforcement community, which has extended significant support once the truth about Glenowitz's actions were disclosed to me. The outpouring of support from residents, the Fox Lake Police Department, and surrounding communities has been overwhelming and comforting. My priority is to keep my family and myself safe while continuing to do my job. When I stop to think about all that has transpired, it is my role as a trusted public servant to uncover this type of conduct and this man's efforts to defraud our community, the village, the police department, and the Fox Lake Explorer families. The village is committed to regaining the trust of the community and the faith that they have in their public officials. We will be able to do so by completing the review of the police department policies, procedures, equipment, and evidence, and by selecting a new chief that will exemplify the type of leader this community deserves and expects. While investigators have been aware of this news for some time, I hope that the release of this information will hasten the arrest, prosecution, and conviction of all individuals who knew about, aided and abetted Glenowitz criminal scheme and/or who may have played a role in bringing me harm or any other criminal activity not yet known or disclosed. Our job is now to continue to move forward, learn from this incident, put in place measures to prevent them from ever happening again, and move our community forward to be a stronger, better, and smarter community. Thank you.
And what is your reaction to this hit? I mean, can you tell us how you're feeling after hearing it?
It's very unsettling. Again, my concern is my family. It's quite unbelievable and almost surreal, I would say.
Do you feel as though you are still in danger?
I do not. We have a great police department. Everyone has been very supportive. I have been ensured that my safety is fine, and everyone has been absolutely terrific.
Can you talk about your interaction with Glenowitz before his death? And did he ever make any verbal threats towards you?
No, Glenowitz and I had very little interaction in my term here. Usually the only time we even interacted was if we had a special event and the explorers were going to be there to do traffic. We usually do a safety committee beforehand, and I would interact with him then about the explorers.
You learned about the cocaine in his death. Do you believe that cocaine was intended to be planted on you?
After I saw the texts of what came out in the press packet the other day, it does seem to correlate, but that would be speculation. It's a very scary thought that an officer who is sworn to uphold the law would even attempt to think to do something like that to an administrator.
Have you requested information from him that, in the previous day or two before his death that may have triggered something, do you think?
I did ask for an inventory of the community center building, which is where the Explorers Equipment and Training Center was housed. And I asked him if he had the inventory, invoices, and other information, and he said he did. And I asked him if he could have it to me by 2 o'clock that day, and he said, yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you suspect any of this illegal activity?
I suspected that there was equipment in there that we didn't have inventory. We were doing our liability insurance renewal. We're in the midst of doing that, and we need to know what's in our buildings. That's a public building. I have to ensure that everything in there is accountable, accounted for, and inventory.
Has that inventory been done at all? Do you have any information about anything that is missing?
At this point, we are just ending that inventory count, and I will have information. I have information on my desk. I have not been able to go through it today.
Any preliminary indications that there is?
None that I have no idea yet.
So in terms of you talking to him about the inventory, did he ever seem agitated, or somehow you got a sense from him that he wasn't being forthright with you?
He just said, yes, ma'am. I said, will you have it to me by 2 o'clock? He said, yes, ma'am. That was the end of the conversation.
So this deadline, when he committed suicide, was there a deadline that he had to get this to you? I just want to be clear when you told he had to get it there next week.
Well, he did not get it back to me that evening, and I emailed him saying, you didn't get me the information I requested. Can you let me know how soon I can have it? And he emailed me early the next morning, Tuesday morning, and said, I'll have it to you by noon or 1 o'clock today.
Did you have any idea that he may have considered you an enemy, or that?
No, I mean, as I said, most of our interactions were very pleasant. It was really involving the Explorers and our special events, so not really. We never.
Any indication that anyone else on the police department was involved in anything else with him, including the chief, who's now no longer with him?
To my knowledge, no.
What was the first indication to you that something was up?
There were a lot of red flags when I couldn't get answers to who's in the Explorer program. Do we have a roster? Do we have parent consent forms? Where are you going today? Why do you need to use the village van? And you need to give me a schedule of accounting of what's your schedule for the Explorers. These are minors, and it's part of the village's Explorer program. We need to have this information.
So before his death, did you know how deep the corruption was before he committed suicide?
No.
Did you know how deep?
No, I didn't.
Did he send you a text that morning, the morning that he killed himself?
Yes.
Text or email?
It was an email.
The funding of the
program, some city donations, how's it funded? What was the budget, for example, last year?
They didn't really have a budget. That was another part of the problem. Sometimes when they did our special event programs, the village paid them X amount of dollars for doing the parking, etc. Other times they did things for the county, they did things for other municipalities where they went and did the parking and they would be paid that way.
When did you start over 7 years? I mean, was it that much money that he was able to do all these things? Was it that much? I mean, what sense of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? I mean, what can you guess?
I only know it was in the press packet, actually, so it was, tens of thousands of dollars.
When did you first start asking him questions? What month?
I had asked him several times about getting schedules to me of when the Explorer events were being held, where they were being held, if it was on village property. So it had been probably starting in March.
What did that email say that he sent you that morning?
That morning, the email said, I will have that information to you by noon or 1 o'clock at the latest.
Was his wife ever involved in the program in terms of administrative or anything that you became aware of?
To my knowledge, I had no interaction with her and do not know what her involvement in the program ever was.
A couple more?
And if he wanted something for the Explorers program, he would ask for the money first in the lump sum, or he would have that at his disposal to use the card, for example?
He had it at his disposal.
What happens with the Explorers program moving forward? How do things change? Will it continue?
It will continue. We did have a village board meeting where we had two officers who stepped up to take that program over. So we are planning on doing that. We have held meetings with the Explorers. They've been doing their training and meetings at our police department training facility. So it is moving forward, and we're very happy to have it.
Ms. Mayor, the threats, did you become aware of them all at one time, or is it as they became, as this all unraveled? I mean, and what was your reaction as you kept hearing these things?
I became aware of them pretty much at one time, and it was very unsettling, as I said. It's been very scary. It's been surreal. But I have been tasked to do a job, and I have to see this through, and that is my plan here. Yes, after.
Did you ever have to have any protection on you while this was unfolding and learning about this initially?
No, all of the agencies involved were very supportive of me and told me that don't worry about it. If we felt there was any kind of threat to you, we would be all over this. We feel that you're very safe, and they were very supportive.
So you never knew of the threats before he killed us?
No, I did not.
Did you believe he was capable of that in retrospect?
In retrospect, I don't know. I mean, like I said, my interaction with him was very little, and it was not unpleasant. We never fought. There were never harsh words.
Anything else?
That's
it. Then we'll wrap it up. Well, did you ever share events together? I mean, you said you were part. Were you ever there when these Explorers were there? He was there. Were you there?
Yes, there were several. Our fireworks and our Venetian night, and that was really it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time.
Do you have copies of yours?
Yeah, I'll get a copy to you. It may not be right away, but
I'm sorry?
it may not be like instantaneous. She what?
You didn't print off a bunch of them.
No, I didn't.
Waiting to see if there's anything else before I cut out.
Rich?
Okay, looks like we're wrapping up. I'm going to go ahead and transition back to me here. And we're going to go back into our top 5 stories of the day. All right. And we just went over this DOC story with you, the attack video. I spent a lot of time with you about that before we jumped into this. CNN questioning Carson's past. They interviewed 9 people that had grown up with Ben Carson, neighbors, friends, and CNN says that he has been dishonest in his 1990 autobiography and in some of the speeches he's given about his violent past, what a violent youth he was. So that's an interesting, I don't know what to refer to it as. Some of you in the chat room were calling it a hit piece. But I just thought that was an interesting development in regards to kind of some negative stuff about Carson, which we don't hear much of. We heard Trump questioning his religion, saying he didn't know anything about it, trying to get people to look into that as well. But really, that's all we've heard in regards to Carson. Maybe he's just a good guy. Who knows? Holiday shopping, holiday shoppers ready to spend more. A new survey says that 40% of U.S. customers plan to spend more on holiday gifts this year compared to 2014, a year ago, when holiday retail sales climbed 4%. Just 25% expected to increase their holiday budget. So 25% of people this year are expected to increase their holiday budget. Online shopping appears to be the top choice, obviously. They polled 1,537 U.S. customers. Half of the respondents are likely to get a head start on Black Friday and shop on Thanksgiving Day. 28% believe that time should be spent with their family. I'm at 28%. I don't like Black Friday. I never go shopping on Black Friday. I'm not that girl. The National Retail Federation believes total holiday sales will grow at a smaller clip in November and December compared to last year. The industry trade group forecasted a 3.7% increase to $630.5 billion. According to the NFR survey, average spending per person is still expected to reach $805.65, slightly higher than the 2004 holiday season, $802.45. Holiday shopping is a critical period for retailers, accounting for 19% of annual sales. That's interesting. I never knew that. Let me bring you this story next. This is, it surprised a lot of people when Bush sat down with his autobiographer, when I guess it was a ghostwriter. They collaborated. Not so much a ghostwriter. There's actually an author involved, and I didn't write down his name. People were surprised that he criticized 2 of his son's top lieutenants, Dick Cheney, and you'll see here on this interview.
A new biography of President George H.W. Bush. The 41st president breaks his silence on his son's war team of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Vice President Dick Cheney.
He likes Cheney, respects him, but he clearly believed and wanted the historical record to reflect that he had objections to how Cheney had conducted his vice presidency.
John Meacham is a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and author of Destiny and Power, the American Odyssey of George Herbert Walker Bush. For the book, Meacham was granted unprecedented access to the Bush family and their archives.
President Bush 41 believed that Cheney embodied an image of the 43 administration that was in some ways counterproductive around the world.
The elder Bush believes that Cheney acted too independently of his son and advocated too hawkish a line after the attacks of September 11, 2001. Meacham says George H.W. Bush believes that Cheney was pushed toward a harder line by his conservative wife and daughter.
Well, I think Bush 41 suggested that perhaps Liz Cheney and Lynn Cheney had an influence on Vice President Cheney.
We smile about it. We laugh about it. Same with my daughter, with Liz. But my family was not conspiring to somehow turn me into a tougher, more hard-nosed individual. I got there all by myself.
Cheney is reading Meacham's book, in which the 41st president calls the vice president iron ass. Cheney sees the comment as more compliment than criticism.
I took it as a mark of pride. The attack on 9/11 was worse than Pearl Harbor in terms of the number of people killed and the amount of damage done. So that, I think a lot of people believed then and still believe to this day that I was aggressive in defending, in carrying out what I thought were the right policies.
Meacham also writes in the book that, quote, Bush 41 believed Cheney and his hard-charging staff had fueled a global impression of American inflexibility.
I've had much worse said about me than anything he ever thought. And I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what he meant by those diary entries. I fully admit that after 9/11, I saw my role as being as tough and aggressive as needed to be to carry out the president's policy, 43's policy, to make sure we didn't get hit again.
Nevertheless, Cheney says he likes the book.
The diary's fascinating because you can see how he felt at various key moments of his life. So I'm enjoying the book. I recommend it to my friends, and proud to be a part of it.
The elder Bush reserves his harshest criticism for Donald Rumsfeld, of whom he's quoted as saying, I don't like what he did, and I think it hurt the president, George W. Bush. Having his iron-ass view of everything, there's a lack of humility, a lack of seeing what the other guy thinks. He's more kick-ass and take names. Secretary Rumsfeld declined comment. One revelation that came too late from Meacham's book, President Bush had said in his diary that he didn't think the country would accept gay marriage.
He wrote me a note in September saying that while he still believed in traditional marriage, he thought that people had a right to be happy without discrimination. And he said, I guess you could say I've mellowed.
In Washington, Brett Baer.
Thanks so much to Brett Baer. I'm seeing that we're getting a live feed in that Chris Christie is speaking. I'll get more information on when and where, but
right. So,
what this is in
New
regards
Jersey
to,
now, they go right into the system, into drug court in all 21 counties if there's an arrest.
Okay.
It's before that happens. That treatment is more broadly available so that parents have the ability to access sending their children, if that's the case, to treatment, or their loved ones, if they're older, to treatment, without having the intervention of law enforcement have to be the triggering event. I think that's when we can get even more broad on it. I don't, especially for some offenders, depending upon the state of the law in each individual state, they can, for first-time offenses, they can go through some type of diversion program or get an expungement. I'm less worried about the record part of it than I am that it seems like people who get in trouble with the law, at least in my state now, the way it's structured, have at times a greater access to the treatment than folks who don't. And so I don't want to diminish it for those who are in trouble with the law. We want to continue it, but I want to try to expand it beyond that. And that's going to take, making sure that more beds are created and deal with the insurance issues too, because lots of families just don't have the money to be able to pay for the treatment, and it becomes a huge problem for them. So that's what I meant by that was it's less about the record. I'd rather see. I want to continue to see folks who get in trouble with the law be able to have access to the treatment, but I'd like to see folks on the other side more broadly, more broadly available to them as well.
How do you drag the insurance companies there? Because that's literally what you're going to have to do.
Well, you're going to have to pass regulations to force them to do it.
I guess, in following that, Governor, I mean, where are we on, and I get that, I don't want to call us reactionary, but that's what we are. There's a problem, we go out, enforce, and we deal with it. And I'm thinking about on the preventative side. I've got 4 kids. I've got my third she's got her DARE graduation. She's in 6th grade.
Yeah.
I don't know that heroin is in the 6th grade. I hope it's not. But they're educating there. But I look at the 8th graders, the sophomores, the high school kids, the college education. I mean, are we doing enough preventatively? We have statistical data from seatbelt use. Those of us that are 40 or greater, I know when I grew up, I was the youngest of 4 kids, and there were 3 seatbelts in the car. I was lucky. I got it in the car. But my point is, there was preventative sides on seatbelts. Now seatbelts are everywhere. We can show the statistical data on the reduction in deaths associated with motor vehicle accidents and all the things that we do statistically. But I wonder if we do enough. And I guess my question would be, where do you look to see where we would be on the preventative side of this? Funding the preventative side. Treatment important.
Yep.
But the preventative side.
Sure. I mean, part of it is that you can watch it happen through our educational system, and does in many places and should, like you're talking about, with programs that are sometimes partly volunteer and sometimes partly funded by the school systems. The seatbelt thing really resonates with me because, I'm around the same age as you and maybe a little older, and seatbelts were never a big thing when I was growing up. We just jumped in the car and that was that. People were sitting on each other's laps. Nobody cared. My children will not get in the car without a seatbelt.
Likewise.
And that's not necessarily just from us. Their pediatrician drilled that into them. I mean, he would do it in a great way. He's recently passed away, but he would talk to them. And he'd say, we never asked them if they wore a seatbelt because he didn't want them to feel like he was interrogating them. He goes, get in the car. What do mom and dad do before they drive? Well, they put their seatbelt on. That's good. So you probably do the same thing. Yeah, I do. I mean, I think we have to look at every different avenue to tell people that they're all part of this effort. So, regular treating pediatricians who are working with kids through Medicaid and other ways for lower income families. There has to be a constant and strong message that comes through that. And I think the best place we're going to get it is through the schools. But I think also through the way our healthcare delivery system should also be talking about these things as well. And we've seen, at least with the doctors that we've gone to over the years with our kids, they talk to them about it. And they address drugs, and they address sex, and they address, they're doing things that they think are all about trying to increase their chances of being healthy in every way. And so I think that all those things are important on the drug side. The preventative stuff has to, I think, happen at school in addition to what happens at home. And I think through our medical professionals too, because, kids have a great respect for their physicians. And when the physician's telling them something like, this is bad for you, this isn't good, here's what can happen to you. Our pediatrician would do everything from drugs and, and seatbelts to like hot coffee. Your mother never leaves like a cup of hot coffee on the edge of the table when you're sitting there, right? Like stuff like that where they go, oh yeah, she does that sometimes. I mean, those kind of things we're stunned at times to see how they stick with children. But depending upon which authority figures, and law enforcement's one of those too, at a young age, or when they hear it from men and women in uniform about what can happen, I think all those things, which is why DARE has been such a successful program, have all been helpful. Sheriff?
Governor, I just wanted to touch on something I've heard you talk about before, and it's specifically timely right now, but messaging. The President of the United States, as you said in your opening remarks, his message is that he's not going to prosecute marijuana, and basically feels it probably ought to be legalized and that stuff, and doesn't, as you said in the past, follow his constitutional vow and make sure that people are prosecuted, which I think sends the wrong message. My perception as a cop of 35 years is that message is, well, if the president thinks it's okay, it's okay. My own two children, 26 and 22, I heard them get that mixed message many, many, many times. And you just talked about DARE, and for years DARE was criticized and that stuff. But I appreciate your two things that you've been doing on this issue. First off, you're always humble about what actually happened in New Jersey. For somebody to say they can close a state prison, we'd love to be able to say that here, but we're looking for more, unfortunately. But speak to what you did as governor with messaging that, out of all the candidates, and I'll come clear, I'm a supporter of yours, but of all the candidates, I think that your record is what speaks to what you did. And I think that our parents need to understand the mixed message. We need the president to get on TV and talk to kids and to families who have this perception. Our own legislature is wrestling with legalizing recreational marijuana again. And then we've got, as you can hear around this table, people dropping dead every day.
Sure.
And it's frustrating because those of us all in this business that send out a message how important it is, whether it's DARE or Fire Prevention Week or something like that. You feel like you're tunneling up the stream without a paddle.
Yep. No, listen, it's lawlessness is a bad thing, right? You know, sometimes there's laws any one of us don't like or don't agree with. But the minute we start to pick and choose, and we let others pick and choose which ones we enforce, it could kind of be a bad day for us pretty soon, because sooner or later they're going to not enforce one that we want them to enforce. And that's my argument with the president on marijuana. I mean, I just think it's federally prohibited, and yet we're allowing states to go ahead and make this decision not only for medicinal use, but for recreational use. It sends the wrong message. It sends the wrong message to kids. It sends the wrong message to everybody. And, you know, we were in Colorado 2 weeks ago, I guess it is now, for the debate. And I read a story in the Denver Post where they held a summit of teachers and principals in the public schools in Colorado. And they said the single biggest educational challenge in Colorado now is pot. That kids are coming in with cookies, brownies, gummy bears, laced with pot. And this, you know, like I said to somebody, I said, you know, physics and algebra were tough enough for me straight. Right. You know, and if I were high, I'd have no hope. You know, absolutely no hope. And so it's become a challenge in these places in enormous ways. And listen, what I've done as governor is just try to be consistent in this message, that we have no tolerance for the dealing and the violence and all the rest, and that for those of you who, you know, become addicted, that we're going to do the best we can to get you treatment. And to talk about it as a disease, because it is. And, you know, you can speak both ways and still be very forceful about interdiction and about enforcement. But you can't think that kids are going to, or other young people, or people our age, quite frankly, are going to be cured by being thrown in jail. If they're truly addicted, they're not going to be cured by being thrown in jail. They're only going to be better, and never cured, but better by getting the kind of treatment that they need. And that's why we went for mandatory treatment, because, I mean, listen, as I mentioned in the talk that I gave, and a couple of other instances as well, I've dealt with this personally with people in my life. They're never ready for rehab. That's right. Almost never. Almost never. Every time it's like, no, you're misunderstanding, you're wrong, it's not that bad, I only do it every once in a while, or I don't do it at all, you're crazy, I've just not been getting sleep. And we hear all the excuses. So I think, you know, part of the success of the program so far has been that it's mandatory in nature, and I think once they then get exposed to the process, to the treatment, you have a chance of getting them. And like the doctor said, you're not going to cure every one of them. We're not going to make this thing go away overnight, but we can save a lot of lives and set a lot of examples. And all those people go out then as an example.
As you're speaking, the addiction part, I think the legalization of marijuana, it's such a big Megillah. The train may have already left the station for all sorts of reasons in different states, and whether it becomes that in other states to be determined. But what it does is it makes this whole Megillah of addiction that much more daunting, and for the young folks. So we can get better at our prescribing practices and govern things accordingly, and we all should be partners in that. But how do you talk to somebody? You know, I have my own direction on that. You don't necessarily have to be a player to be a coach. You don't have to be a woman to be a gynecologist.
Yep.
But I do think it's almost a very lofty idea how you message addiction to kids. So we have to be able to speak to them from K through 12. Yep. By middle school and high school, I think it's too late.
Right.
And what does addiction mean? I mean, if you don't, you know, after you've practiced medicine or you've been in the arena, you can really get a sense of losing your friends and other people and realizing how much of a disease it is. But telling kids when they're, you know, coming into their own from all different parts of the development that what addiction could do to them, it's hard. And I know that recently, when we had a couple of other discussions, you see kids coming out from different places in our state, and let alone having come from Massachusetts. They're not ready for what they're going to be exposed to in college, and from an addiction world and the challenges, and if they truly have an underpinning for it and how that's going to get them exposed. And I think focused education early on that doesn't exist, but tag it into like a DARE equivalent, really could probably have a lot of return.
I think it could too.
When you talk about prevention and you talk about your kids with the pediatrician and how much time they talked about that, And the only thing that I could think of in my head was, wow, in today's healthcare world, they don't have time to talk about that. They're trying to spin them through as fast as possible because that's unfortunately the financial healthcare world we currently live in. And regardless of who the payer is, how do we move to a method where the physician groups, hospitals, whoever it is that's taking care of these patients are rewarded for prevention and able to keep them out of the hospital, whether it's related to this, whether it's related to the congestive heart failure patients, whatever we're talking about, and penalize the hospitals and the systems that don't perform up to the standards. And while I understand that there's that shift that started to occur, is it enough? Is the incentives enough, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, not yet, I don't think. And I defer to the doctor on this too. I mean, I don't think it's there yet. The fact is you have pockets across the United States that are changing the way we compensate healthcare providers, physicians, and nurses, and moving away from a fee-for-service model, moving to a different type of model. But Obamacare has kind of put that into cement for the moment, and we're going to have to take a new look at the way we deliver healthcare and the way we pay for it. You have places around the country that are moving away from that model. But I will tell you, we just got very lucky. I mean, our pediatrician's under the same pressures. He just didn't care. His view was and he's an older guy, and it was his practice, and he hired other younger folks to work with him. But he's taught those younger folks exactly the same way.
And they still do it.
And they still do it. He's since passed away, and they still do it.
And we've had a really successful experience with police coming into the school at a very young age and having, I don't know if it was just a good program, but really significant impact with our 4 children. They all talk about it.
Yep.
And emphasize how heroin, if you take it, you don't know if you have the gene that's going to make you addicted, and you only have to take it once. And that resonates with our kids.
Yep.
I mean, they're like, oh. Like never.
Can't even try. Can't even experiment with certain
that one
things.
sentence really resonated with them.
Yep.
It sounds like you have the conversation with them as well. They're having a conversation with you, so it's not a taboo.
No.
You don't say heroin.
You got to talk about it, and that's why I say it starts with the president and everybody else on down, because that helps to remove stigma. If the number one elected official in the country is standing behind the seal of the President of the United States and he's talking about addiction and treatment, especially someone like this president, who has teenage children, it can be an issue for anybody. And so, he would have even more credibility speaking about it to the country, because folks know that he is in the midst of confronting those fears for his own girls. And that's really powerful. Whenever you get to speak as a mother or a father, in addition to whatever your profession is, people listen. And part of it too on the physician side of things, I think, is for us that kind of thing will also encourage folks to be able to do that stuff. We have to be able to make sure folks are compensated, because in the end they got bills to pay and families to raise and all the rest. But it is, I think we need to encourage and value that again, and show that we value it. I mean, I think our doctor did it because he believed it was the right thing to do, but also to show you how loyal his patients were. He was my pediatrician. And I remember when I first suggested to Mary Pat that
it was a long drive from our house.
It was a long drive. It was like a 35-minute drive from our house to get to him.
Hasn't been the most convenient thing.
No. And she's like, 35 minutes? Why do I want to go down there? We can get someone local. And I said, listen, go once. And if you don't think it was worth the drive, then we'll go to somebody else. And here we are now, 22 years later, still driving the same place. And because when people play a really important role in your life, we gotta encourage that, whether it's police officers, whether it's other first responders, whether it's physicians, or the President of the United States. And I just think it's incredibly important. And I'm gratified that there's such a debate and discussion in New Hampshire about this. I read the news clips from up here almost every day. And the fact is that I know they're coming back in November for a special session now, and they'll be talking about this stuff. And I remember when we first started proposing it in New Jersey, I had opposition on both sides of the aisle. Democrats didn't want it to be mandatory. Republicans were wondering what the heck I was doing, and it's a job for us to talk to people and bring them around. And the minute you have one kind of personal experience with it, it changes your whole outlook on things. So I appreciate you guys giving me some time tonight. I don't want to take up your whole evening, except to say that we're going to be back. We're going to keep talking about this issue. I'm going to be the kind of president who's going to stand with the police on this issue. We've got to continue to interdict and arrest and do the things we need to do to the dealers and to the folks who commit violence to be able to do this. But we got to stand with our other first responders as well in our healthcare community, because we're going to need them to do this. They're going to have to be on the front lines with us. But you can count on the fact I'm going to talk about it. When I first started talking about this in 1995 as a county elected official, I said, why is it that any child in my county is denied drug treatment because their parents don't have the insurance or the money? And we as a county government, all Republican county government, made the commitment in 1996 to pay for every child in our county to get drug treatment if they had no other means to be able to do it. And that program is now 19 years old and continues today from back when I was 32 or 33 and started that program. We can do this. The resources are there to do it. We just got to be committed to it, and we got to take it seriously. So I appreciate all of you coming tonight to talk about it very much. I want you to have the rest of your Thursday evening and say hello to folks, and just know that I will be back to Somersworth and other places in New Hampshire. Certainly none as culturally advanced as Somersworth. But nonetheless, nonetheless, Captain, we got to put up with disappointments in life, right? So we'll go to some. Thank you, absolutely. Thank you all for coming, Brendan. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for having me.
Governor Christie. Governor.
All right, everybody, we're just going to take you right now to Fox 10 News at 5 for some updates here. This is live.
Before I knock it out of your freaking hand.
Hey, Nessa. Cops are pulling me over, and I don't know why. And now he's being rough with me.
Dude.
I'm by Filiberto's.
Mesa Police spokesperson says the officers had every right to take the phone away. As for Velasquez, he believes that taking out that phone and making the call saved him from being further injured. Take a listen.
Who knows if maybe I didn't shout out that they were hitting me. They might have stopped. Sorry. They might not have stopped. That's what I'm scared of. What if I didn't call my sister? What if I ended up at the hospital with a fractured skull, broken bones? It's not something we should fear, coming from our peace officers.
Now, Velasquez did go to the hospital. He got 5 stitches. He had a concussion and he was banged up, some bruises and scrapes on his knee. He was not ever arrested or charged with resisting arrest, though Mesa police say that he did resist arrest. He did get a ticket, a bike ticket, for not having a light on his bicycle, and he is due in court on that matter. Now, Velasquez says he does want these officers to be put on leave, not paid administrative leave. Right now, the officers are currently still working. Reporting live in Mesa, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
A Phoenix police officer arrested in a domestic violence case. Investigators say this morning, Officer Richard Tucker tried to strangle a woman in his home 2 times. He was booked, arrested, in jail. All charges of aggravated assault, criminal damage. He is due back in court next week. Now, Tucker is the 2nd Phoenix police officer arrested this week on domestic violence charges.
A crash earlier today shuts down westbound lanes of I-10 near Bullard Avenue. A truck was slowing down to exit the freeway when a minivan rear-ended it and caused a pileup. Crews had to cut the driver of the minivan out of the vehicle. All of the injured are expected to be okay.
A Valley man who killed a Phoenix fire dispatcher after driving the wrong way on I-17 pleads guilty to second-degree murder charges. Police say Stephen Martin's blood alcohol level was more than 3.5 times the legal limit at the time of that crash. Our Troy Hayden joins us live with reaction from the victim's family. Troy.
And he took the life of a woman really in the prime of her young life. Megan Lang, the victim here, was only 26 years old, a mother of 2 young boys. So she left behind her sons and also her husband, who was vowing now to fight to make Valley Road safer.
It's very bittersweet. We're glad that, we have a light at the end of the tunnel now.
Patrick Lang's life changed forever last January. His wife was killed in a crash on I-17.
We do have a sense of closure as of today because he did change his plea to guilty.
Police say Stephen Martin was driving the wrong way. He swerved to avoid a DPS officer and crashed into 2 cars. According to court records, his blood alcohol level, 0.273. Today in court, he pled guilty to second-degree murder and endangerment charges.
We just don't want to see anything like this happen to another family. It's already happened to too many.
The Lang family has now hired an attorney and they're pursuing a civil suit. Their goal, reduce the number of wrong-way crashes.
We are looking for change. We're looking to effectuate change for really an epidemic.
Attorney Michael Define says dispatchers get between 30 and 50 calls for wrong-way drivers every month.
There's a fine balance between money and people's lives, and we want to focus more on people's lives than on budgetary constraints or concerns.
We've seen increased amounts of signs, but it's been an ongoing issue. It's not a new issue. It's a preventable issue.
Sentencing for Martin, that wrong-way driver, has been set for December 8th. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Troy. There's a chill in the air, and we are talking about freeze warnings for parts of the state.
Dave Muncie is here to let us know how long the temps are heading maybe into the freeze territory tonight. How long are we going to experience this, Dave?
Well, we're going to see it for a couple of days in some areas, not all over the state. As you can see, it's kind of around places, and a lot of these places are where there is some snow on the ground from our latest storm, and that doesn't help things. 3,000 to the 5,500 foot level, 24 to 32 degrees is what they're looking at through the night tonight from until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning is what they're talking about here as far as the freeze being on. And as you can see here, that's up where we saw some of that snow up in the Flagstaff area. Also, let's take a look at some of these numbers. 15 at Flagstaff, 15 at the Grand Canyon, 28 in Sedona, 33 in Safford, 29 down in Douglas, in Nogales, 33, up at St. John's, 22, 19 at Window Rock. Certainly some freezing temperatures out there, and they're going to be hitting through the night tonight and probably for the next day as well. Of course, we'll let you know on that. We'll have more on our weather coming up.
Thanks, Dave. Our Fox 10 viewers have been capturing nature's winter beauty, like this picture from Williams, where 5 inches of snow fell. The snow-capped San Francisco peaks in the background. This comes to us from Chetney Garrison. Thank you, Chetney.
That is absolutely
Great
beautiful.
shot.
Another picture postcard. Makes you kind of want to be there, right? Just standing there looking at the peaceful.
Especially with skis on.
You're looking at a view from the top of Volunteer Mountain near Belmont, where 8 inches of snow fell this week. This is thanks to Kester Kendrick for posting it on our Facebook page.
And first snow of the season falling in Show Low. Look at that, about 2 inches there. And Diana Peters sent us this picture. Thank you for sending in those pictures. Don't forget to share your videos or photos with us. We love both. The best place to go is facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix.
Sky Fox over Cave Creek Regional Park, where a horse rolled over on a man. Rural Metro responding. There's no word on the extent of the injuries, but our video shows that the man is moving his legs and arms after the incident, so that's good news. And we're told that he did not have to go to the hospital after all of this. A scare at the fairgrounds is over. A baby goat, this little cute guy right here, stolen from his mother, has now been found. Caretakers put out a plea this morning right here on Fox 10 asking for his safe return. No questions asked. They just wanted the little guy back. And guess what? It worked out because Gus is back with his mom. And this story took over social media. It went national. Gus even ending up with his own Twitter page. Danielle Miller is live at the fairgrounds with the happy reunion tonight. Well, this is great news.
Absolutely, Carrie. Now, this story has caused quite the buzz, and I have to tell you that it was the absolute cutest thing seeing these two being reunited here after being away from each other for several hours. Now, the zoo here at the fair welcomed back these two with open arms. Now, it has signs here, there's balloons, and Gus Gus is just 3 weeks old, and he was away from his mom, Custard, here for about 24 hours, and caretakers here at the fair say that any longer than that, he might not have made it.
It really is a miracle. The odds of finding him are astronomical.
3-week-old baby goat Gus Gus was stolen around 5 o'clock last night from the fair.
We believe that someone scooped him up out of the pennies inn, stuffed it in their jacket, and walked out.
Fair staff quickly sprung into action looking for Gus Gus, posting his story and picture on social media sites, which has since gone viral, and almost 24 hours later, he was reunited with his mom, Custard.
A man was walking his dog this afternoon along a canal, and someone had dumped Gus Gus along the canal, and I don't even know if the man had seen the news, but he decided to be the good Samaritan that he is, Gus Gus's angel, picked him up, took him to the PetSmart on Peoria and 31st Avenue, and they realized, wait, there's the news, I've seen the news, there's a goat missing.
Fair Livestock Director Karen Searle says they went to PetSmart and right away they knew it was Gus Gus. They quickly brought him back to his mom where he belongs. Searle says being only 3 months old, Gus Gus might not have made it much longer than he did.
He needs his mother's milk, and he can't, he's never drank from a bottle, he can't have pasteurized milk. He would have starved to death within just a few days.
Although sad, someone did what they did. Both Searle and fairgoers are just happy this story ended the way it did.
It's so cute. I mean, he should be with his mom. I thought it was going to be a bad ending, so it's cute. It's good to know that it's a good ending.
And the entire time that we've been here, Gus Gus and Custard are just inseparable. Gus Gus has been nursing on his mom on and off for the last past couple hours. Now, there is adults and children out here just in love with this baby goat out here, snapping photos and just extremely happy that he has been returned. Now, as for the person who took Gus Gus, we're not sure at this time who that was, but Searle tells us that because of this incident, they're going to be checking people coming in and out of the gates, just making sure that everything is okay. But as for now, Gus Gus is not being let out of their site. Reporting live, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Danielle. One crisis averted and another one still going on. The city.
That is an amazing story. Thank you, Danielle Miller, for that update. And we're all happy that Gus Gus is back. What an adorable little goat. Happy to be reunited with his mom. Love those good, happy endings. I know you guys love them too. Happy Thursday evening, everybody. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and we're just rolling along with the day. It's been flying by. I do want to show you now live images of Sky Fox overhead right now of that mulch fire that continues to burn. This is near the I-17 and Joe Max Road, where you can see that mulch fire still burning. Phoenix fire crews brought in tanker trucks due to the lack of hydrants in the area and strung a hose line to a nearby apartment complex to help get more water on those flames. But you can still see it's still going. And folks, I will have that Trump update after we just finish up with these aerials of the mulch fire near I-17 and Joe Max Road there. And look at the beautiful valley. Looks like our chopper is now heading back home. So that means I'll just come back on camera then. How about that, guys? There we go. I'm glad I was able to show that update there for you as the mulch fire is still going on. I-17 Joe Max Road. All right. Well, keeping on with the stories that we're going to be talking about, I did promise a Trump update for you guys, and I'll deliver right now. Happy to say that we will have a Trump event live streaming Monday evening, 5 p.m. Arizona time. It's happening. He's going to be in Springfield, Illinois, and this is going to be huge, though, because it's going to come right after his SNL appearance on Saturday. So that is happening on Monday. He's going to be live in Springfield, Illinois. We're gonna bring it to you live right here on Fox 10 News. Now, who knows what is going to be said, because you know the whole weekend, the whole buzz is about this SNL appearance, and that's happening. And then Sunday, it's going to be talk about how he did and everything, and then he's going to let it be known whatever he wants on Monday. So get ready for that Trump event on Monday, 5 p.m. Arizona time. I'm hoping that we can get more than 1,600 people in the room. I think if we promote it enough, we can do it. I know you guys are ready for that because it brings in such big color commentary. I know you guys are always big fans of that, so be on the lookout for that. Monday, 5 p.m., it's happening. Trump event going down, Springfield, Illinois, on the heels of his SNL appearance. So be on the lookout for that, guys. It's going to be the talk of the weekend, and it's going to be the talk of Monday evening, what he has to say about it. It'll probably be his first public appearance since then, so who knows what'll happen. We'll bring it to you live. So be ready for that. All right, let's catch you up on some other headlines, guys. I got a good show packed for you. I got a nice show packed for you, and we don't know. We may get a Kasich event tonight. We might not. I know he's supposed to be going at around 5 o'clock. It's 5:15 now, and no sign of it. We might not get that event, but that's okay. We'll carry on if we don't. All right, what else? Here's what I have. And now I'm set up. I had so many guys. I have so many screens. Sometimes I don't know where I'm looking at here. All right, this is a crazy story. A man eats toilet paper to avoid DUI. Yep, let me say that again. A man eats toilet paper to avoid a DUI. Guess what? It didn't help. This is a story out of Iowa. Can you believe it, guys? I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to show you his picture. His mugshot, actually. This is, it's always amazing to see what these people will do next. I've never heard of this, eating toilet paper to try to get out of a DUI. But yes, I'll show it to you right now. Here's what we're looking at. That was the guy. Happened in Iowa a couple days ago. What happened was he was drinking and driving, allegedly. And then when he got to the police station for the breathalyzer, he went into the bathroom and just started eating tissue paper. His thought was that it wouldn't register for him for the breathalyzer and make him pass. It did not work out. He was arrested and charged with DUI. That was the story. It's unreal what these people will do, It's just really unreal. It's so funny. I did have to mention that to you guys. That story is just really bizarre there. All right, back on camera. Let's keep you going with these updates here. Let me just get this out of the way. Sid says, yeah, I do have to lower my my volume for her when she comes back there. I like it cranked up a little. Because sometimes if I don't hear myself in the air, I'm thinking, maybe I'm not on. But when I hear myself, I know I'm on for you guys. I would hate to be talking and then nothing's coming out. But you guys always help me out if that would be the case. I know you guys would. All right, here's a trending story that's going on in Illinois. Let's talk about it. Some believers outraged over a $10 fee to see Santa at a local mall out there. Let me know what you guys think about this one. let me set it up for you. Let me first tell you the story, and then we'll talk about it, because I know you guys will have an opinion on this one. Okay. It says, some people who will flock to see the big, jolly old man aren't too happy with a $10 non-refundable fee that allows some believers to skip the long line in order to see Old Saint Nick right away. A traditional family visit to see Santa to charge for is unchristian-like, someone said in the crowd. The mall says believers can use the $10 towards a photo package of their visit. So it is a $10 kind of fast pass, if you will. You think they should be doing that or not really? Let me know what you guys think about that, and we'll talk about it for just a little bit. And it's one of a trending topic here. Rachel says, wait, there are some malls you don't have to pay to see Santa? Yeah, there's some malls where actually, if you don't want the photo package, you just go on his lap and have your kid request some nice things that he wants from him, and then you can move on. But I know a lot of people just usually get the photos because, well, that's what you're there for, to make some memories. I like that. I will see Santa free on Christmas when he comes down my chimney. There we go. That is awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, so yeah. Do you believe in a $10 fast pass to see Santa? It's always a good little talker there. So let me know what you guys think. We'll stay on it for just a little bit here. If not, we'll move on to a different story. Think about it, guys. I'm going to show Dave Muncy breaking down the weather here right now.
At Scottsdale, 66 at Fountain Hills, 60 at Cave Creek. We have 64 in Glendale, 67 in Surprise, and at Gateway, 63 degrees as things cool off a little bit. Oh, I thought I'd give you a little look at Sunrise here. 36 degrees, not much wind up there, and the humidity at about 30%. They picked up anywhere from 10 to 14 inches of new snow to get things going up there. At Snowbowl, they picked up, I think it was 10 to 14, about 10 to 16, something like that. It was about the same. So both of the ski areas getting a little bit of snow out of this thing. As you can see here, maybe a little cloud cover around tonight, but that'll be clearing off rapidly as well. Not much going on as far as the radar is concerned, but we are looking once again at the Flagstaff area now, and you can kind of see what's going on up there. That snow, yeah, it's melting away very, very rapidly. They had 8.8 inches in the area. 66 degrees, 63 in Mesa, 64 up in Scottsdale, 64 at Glendale for the high today. 93 was the record high. 80 is the normal high temperature for this time of year. As we get you a look around the state here, you can see up in Flagstaff, 38 degrees, 52 in Sedona, 59 at Globe, and then 64 degrees in Casa Grande. This is the normal line, and as you can see, we're up there, we drop back down again. We stay pretty close to it during the 10-day period. 66 on the high, 50 on the low, 80 and 57 normal high and low, record high 93, record low at 32. Across the country, you can see this batch of moisture coming up from Texas going into the Gulf states. Look at that snow. It was rain and snow in the Dakotas today. Valley City, North Dakota, picking up 2 inches of rain. And once again, the freeze warning is on for tonight. We wanted to remind you about that. These temperatures will tell that story, of course, as you see those teens and 20s out there. And the daytime highs are going to be just a little weak as well, but they're going to have a nice climb to them. Look at this, 50 degrees overnight. We'll be looking at mid-70s and sunny tomorrow, Saturday 80, Sunday at 80 degrees as well, and lots of nice sunny days out there. By the way, Veterans Day next Wednesday, 73 and sunny. Watch your kids around water.
Dave, in advance, we thank you for your service.
Oh, yes. Right, there we go. So you got an update on the weather, courtesy of our very good pal, Dave Muncy. So hope everyone's having a great Thursday evening. I like to call it Friday Eve. We are almost there to the weekend, guys. And don't worry. We got Trump on Monday for a special event, streaming live from Springfield, Illinois. It's going to be a separate event. What we'll do is shut down the event at 4:45, our normal stream, and then have a new stream ready to go for 5 o'clock for Donald Trump. That's coming up on Monday. I see what you guys were saying earlier. Rachel had a great idea, not an idea, but a thought there. You know, kids get cranky, they get tired, they get impatient. She would go for the fast pass. So there you go. So yeah, it could be a great benefit for some parents who just want to get in and get out and get on with their day, whether it be shopping or going to a restaurant to meet family and friends. Holiday is upon us, folks. I can't believe it. We are almost there to Thanksgiving, and then once Thanksgiving comes, forget about it. 2015 is pretty much over as it goes right into Christmas, and then, you know, New Year's Eve, obviously, right after that. So yeah, we this year has been flying by, and I don't even want to get into how fast 2016 is going to go. I mean, we're talking about election year. We're talking about the Olympics. We're talking about so much that is going to be happening in 2016. It's going to be like like we're on a rocket ship, and we are going full throttle out of the year. So just be prepared to put on your seatbelts and enjoy the ride in 2016, because it's going to be a fast one, everybody. Breaking it down for you as we always do. Rachel asked me, "Are you staying in AZ for Thanksgiving or heading to Chi-Town?" I'm going up to Sedona for Thanksgiving, and then for Christmas, heading back home to see family and friends. So that'll be great to have my eyes set on that date, and looking forward to it. Gonna miss the FNN family for a little bit there, but I'll come back ready to go for 2016, as it's going to be a crazy one. Yeah, so gotta love it. Okay, let's tell you some other stories here. This was awesome. You know, MasterChef Junior is starting on Friday right here on Fox 10. Be on the lookout for that tomorrow. You know, the premiere starts tomorrow. MasterChef, you know, Gordon Ramsay and the other chefs show, and then they feature the junior, the kids, competing to be the Master Chef. Well, we at AZAM had a contestant on, a local contestant, and I want to show you that right now. So let me set that up for you guys. I think you'll like this little segment here. Love when young chefs come in and kind of show us their chops here. So let me square this up for you. Here we go.
He's on MasterChef Junior. Hi, Alexander.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
So you're 10 years old.
Yes.
And you're on the show this season. And you're only 10 and you're already a chef?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Well, I like to cook just for fun. I don't really cook seriously, but I cook for fun with my mom.
Oh, your mom is here on the side.
So
there
she's taught you some good tricks in the kitchen, huh?
Yeah.
How long have you been cooking, Alexander?
Ever since I was about 4.
So like a whole 6 years.
Wow.
Is this dish that you made, by the way, is Gordon Ramsay a nice guy?
Yes.
He is?
I'm the junior master chef.
Oh, yeah. He's nice to the kids,
Yeah.
right? Now, and the competition was pretty tough to get on that show, huh?
Yeah. You had to do like 3 auditions.
Wow. All right. So obvious.
Do people cook in your family? Does your mom cook and your dad and everybody?
My mom cooks and my grandma cooks.
Oh, really?
Okay. So what are we going to make?
We are going to make chicken finger tenderloins.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So you can put Rick
This
and I
is your
to work.
recipe, right?
Yes.
Are you going to put us to work?
No, I taught my mom this recipe.
Yeah. Wow.
You taught your mom this recipe?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to put us to work?
No.
No. Oh, no.
No.
Okay.
It's actually pretty simple.
Oh, it's simple. Well, we need a little help in the kitchen. So tell us what we need to do.
Show us how to do this.
Okay. You need 6 tablespoons of mayo, 1 tablespoon of honey mustard.
Should we put it in here?
Well, you need
already got it.
It's already in here.
You need to mix the honey mustard and the mayo together.
This is for the potato salad.
This is for that.
Oh, just kidding.
Well,
Okay. See, I am really, really lost right
This sounds
now.
good already, because when you combine the honey mustard with the mayonnaise, that's like right up my alley.
So that's kind of like you're going to put that on the chicken before you cook it, right?
I'm going. Yep.
See, mayonnaise is nature's most perfect food. You know?
Rick loves mayonnaise, so
Yeah.
this recipe is like.
Oh, and then you're going to do the thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and that's how it'll stick.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it rolls around it. What is that?
Ruth, I hope you're watching this,
Breadcrumbs?
Ruth. This is a great recipe. Look how what kind of breadcrumbs are those, Alexander?
They are cornflakes.
Cornflakes, even better. Okay, and
Finely crushed cornflakes.
so then we're
Okay.
going to put it on the baking sheet.
Yes.
And then you bake it. You don't fry it, huh? So it's healthy. Somewhat, right? Okay. So then after we do them all, we'll bake those. How long do they bake for?
About 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
That's all?
And that's what they look like.
Yeah.
And
Isn't that
then
beautiful?
you serve it with a little side of potato salad?
Yes.
So
Shall we make the
is that
potato
what all
salad?
these ingredients are for, the potato salad?
Yes.
Okay, here.
Okay.
Let me move this.
Hands are kind of messy.
Hey, you want
That's
to
okay,
rinse
her.
over here?
Yeah.
You here? I'll work if you
Go
tell
on.
me while you wash your hands. Am I supposed to cut the pickle?
Not right now. So
Okay.
you're supposed to.
I should listen, shouldn't I?
See, Andrea takes control of everything.
So you're supposed to take
Me
it.
Don't let her
I
talk
don't
too
control
much.
it.
Okay. Well, that's a cool knife.
You need to cut
Are
it.
those canned potatoes?
No.
Or are those
How did you cook them?
potatoes you boiled yourself?
We boiled them with the skin on.
Okay.
So it can hold its starchiness. And so when it's cubed,
They won't mash up.
And then
I didn't even know you
never
could do
knew that.
No.
And then you peel the skin off?
Yeah. And it's really easy to peel.
See, and I always peel the potatoes first and then boil them. So I do it wrong.
That's the way we've always done it in our house. Yeah,
Us too, I've never
When I was
had-
in the Air Force, we peeled the potatoes. I think they just did that to keep
And
it
it
quiet.
probably makes them,
Yeah.
to keep you quiet, it probably makes it easy to peel them
Yeah.
once they've been cooked, Tom.
Okay.
All right.
All right, there you go.
So you get a few potatoes and then,
you need to add your mayonnaise.
okay, a little bit of mayonnaise.
Is there any particular brand you like? Do you bring out the Hellmann's and you bring out the best?
No, we use.
Okay, we're
Okay.
gonna keep making this dish, okay? And we're
keep
gonna take
making
a
it.
keep going. We're gonna take a quick break and then we'll show the finished product after, okay, Alexander?
Is that dill?
Yep,
Okay.
This is dill.
Okay.
This is garlic.
All right,
Okay.
we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break. Happy birthday to everybody that's celebrating. We'll be right back.
With Master Chef Junior Alexander. Now you finished up the chicken, you finished up the potato salad with all these wonderful ingredients. It just looks awesome. So you can't tell us if you won or not, huh?
But we'll be watching tomorrow night when Master Chef Junior kicks off.
Have a great day, everybody. Alexander, good luck to you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey, that was awesome. You gotta love MasterChef Junior premiering tomorrow. New season happening tomorrow right here on Fox 10. So be on the lookout for that. You gotta love when these kids are cooking their hearts out. I mean, you gotta love it when they start that early. You could just imagine what they're going to be like when they're 20 and 30 years old. Hopefully with a very, very popular restaurant if they keep at it with their dreams of cooking. All right, let's keep moving on. I got a really nice story here for you guys. This is a really good story. It's a really uplifting story too. So I know you guys really like those good feel-good stories. We don't have too many of them. That's a shame. I know, but I'm always on the lookout for them for you guys. So check this out. This is a veteran amputee weightlifter. Think about that. That is amazing. So let's go for it.
Former Army Staff Sergeant Casey Mitchell is a workout machine. He didn't always look this buff. 5 years ago, his life changed dramatically while he was out on night patrol in Afghanistan.
Couldn't feel my legs, and I was like, okay, we've been hit by an IED.
Mitchell would need 44 surgeries to mend his broken body. He couldn't move his fingers for a year. His legs were burned badly, and part of his left leg was amputated.
But this is my good leg. This is my bad leg. And I know that sounds crazy, but I'm very good on this leg, and I have a lot of damage to this leg.
A couple of years ago, a trip to Disneyland was a real eye-opener.
We took off walking out of there, and I was probably about maybe a block from our hotel, and I was already having to sit down and just, take a break.
Mitchell calls it a life-changing moment. He knew he was out of shape, and he didn't want to rely on heavy-duty painkillers to walk. He vowed to change his body and his life in the gym.
And then as I got, bigger and stronger, I noticed that I walked around better. I could go for longer periods of time.
Before long, Casey began posting his progress on Instagram and created the handle That One Leg Monster.
Because it motivates people to see me out here grinding, and there's no excuse why they're not. If I'm doing it, they should be doing it. So that's kind of what keeps me going all the time.
Mitchell says he's inspired just as much as he motivates friends and strangers. Veterans Day is just around the corner. He says this year will be special.
So it's just a lot of emotions come into play, but a lot of pride comes into play as well.
I'm sure I'll probably have one of the best workouts of my life that day.
Mitchell misses his days in the Army, but you'll never hear him complain how an IED changed his life. Right now, he's enjoying his new mission as a motivator. In Exeter, Rich Rodriguez, KMPH, Fox 26 News.
Yes, you gotta love those kind of stories, right? I always try to find them for you, and when I do, you know I play it for you right here on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox 10 Phoenix.com. Appreciate it, everybody. So, let's keep moving on. I do have an update for you on that Uber driver. Remember the passenger? Remember this guy who just started attacking the driver out here in California? Well, the Uber passenger has apologized for drunkenly attacking this driver. It says 32-year-old Benjamin Golden's attorney says in a statement that their client is extremely remorseful for hitting this Uber driver. Extremely remorseful, and that it's an isolated incident in his life. Cabin, the driver, is suing Golden over the attack Friday in Costa Mesa in Orange County. Golden also faces up to a year in jail if convicted of assault and battery charges, as he was fired from his job as well as a brand manager by Taco Bell, based in Irvine, California. The video captured by a dashboard-mounted camera shows a drunken Golden repeatedly hitting Cabin over and over again, grabbing his hair and slamming his head against a window. This video has more than 2 million views on YouTube. So he has tried to do some amends, but now he is getting sued by the guy, and he already lost his job. It's not looking very good for him as he's going to be closing out the 2015 year. Wow, that is something. Can you imagine? His whole life now is turned upside down for some real stupid thing that he did. I bet he keeps on replaying that moment over and over and over in his head. Can you imagine? You know, when you goofed up and you've done something, you always think about it over and over. But this is magnified to a whole nother level. Not only did he get arrested, now he's getting sued. Now he lost a job. And how is he going to find a new job? You know, his name is plastered everywhere. You Google his name, first 3 pages is all about this incident. One Google search, no one's going to hire the guy. He's a wild card. No one's going to hire this guy, and he's going to have a horrible, horrible 2016. I can guarantee you that one. Wow. Yeah, Rachel says it just takes one drunk moment, Mikey. Yep. You just never know. You know, these people now, they drink so much that they get to the point of, you know, they're a rolling blackout case. And that's what I think we've seen with this guy. I mean, you could just tell he was out of there. He wasn't even part of this world, really. And to see the actions he took about just going nuts on the guy, it's very sad, and so glad this guy had a mounted camera, because wow, look at these shots here. That is violent, that is stupid, and he got caught for it. He got caught, and now his whole life is turned upside down, all for really nothing. Can you imagine? Wow, all for just one moment. He could have just went in the car, you know, been nice to the guy and told him where he was going, but it didn't work out that way. He was drunk and very, very violent, and did not want to participate in being a good passenger. So that is what happens sometimes. Boy. Rachel says, I haven't been drunk like I want to beat someone. When I'm drunk, I can barely speak, let alone do anything like that. Wow, yeah, it looked like he had some definitely rage issues there that really need to be addressed. He should go into counseling along with everything else that he has to do now. So, wow. What a year this is setting up to be the guy. Mike, no, Mike, this was the incident that we showed earlier this week. This happened last weekend, and it really came to light earlier this week, and we really played it Monday and Tuesday, and we're just giving you that update. So, wow. Yeah, you just never know what's going to happen, you know? All right, let's catch you up on some other stories here as it's in our top 5. A little update on the 2016 presidential race. We'll get you caught up right now.
The Republican field may finally be shaking out. A new Fox News poll showing only 4 of the 15 GOP candidates get double-digit backing, with a steep drop after that. Donald Trump remains on top with a slim 3-point lead over Ben Carson, 26 to 23%. Trump's numbers jumped to 42% when it comes to who best can handle the economy.
I think we will need to hear more specifics from Trump if he is to maintain that level of support on the economy. But certainly impressionistically anyway, Trump starts out with a big advantage.
All right. He's done it. Marco Rubio in New Hampshire, registering his name on the primary ballot, is solidly in 3rd place, along with another Cuban-American senator, Ted Cruz. Both candidates have taken the high road when it comes to personal attacks.
I'm a big believer in Reagan's 11th commandment, thou shalt not speak ill of other Republicans.
But Jeb Bush, whose numbers were cut in half, polling at just 4%, is on the attack, going after the Democratic frontrunner, Hillary Clinton.
Her record is one of lack of accomplishment. She's passed, in 10 years, the United States Senator, 3 bills that she sponsored.
And while Bush's numbers suggest he may have a hard time beating Clinton, the same voters overwhelmingly believe Trump is a candidate who can upend Clinton's presidential aspirations in a head-to-head matchup. Clinton remains the runaway leader among Democrats, but the new Fox News poll reveals she's dead last among all candidates when it comes to issues of honesty and trustworthiness. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
All right, so there you see the latest with that poll, brought to you by Fox News Poll. So that is the update on the 2016 presidential race. Next week, mind you, we're going to have Donald Trump live event Monday at 5 p.m. Arizona time, live from Springfield, Illinois. Should be a great one because it's coming on the heels of the SNL appearance. And speaking about the SNL appearance, yesterday there was a Trump protest by Latino coalition trying to get him off hosting on Saturday. Let's show you some of the sights and sounds of that protest in New York City from yesterday.
Red's calling shit. He's up.
So you can see here, they said they had over 500,000 petitions signed, petitions saying these people wanted Trump off Saturday Night Live.
It's time to stop this kind of activity, and we're standing up and saying enough is enough. America, there's a place for Latinos in this country. We're hardworking. We contribute to this economy. We are law-abiding individuals. We're fighting in our nation's armed forces. We serve this country as well as any other community in this country, and we do not deserve to be attacked by someone like Donald Trump every single time he opens his mouth. I don't know what they were thinking to extend this invitation to him. It certainly wasn't about sensitivity.
At the end of the day, all I was met with was indifference and no comment, no promise, no nothing, no reconsideration. So I think that NBC should be ashamed to tell the 500,000 people and the growing number that continue to add their name to the list that they really don't care about what they think or what they say about their programs. They don't care whether or not they tune in to watch on Saturday. All they care about their ratings. And at the end of the day, it's very shameful to see this kind of message being broadcasted by individuals that hold one of the most popular shows on TV. There is nothing funny, and I want to repeat that again. There is nothing funny about mass deportation. When Donald Trump says that he plans to deport 11 million people, he's not saying a joke. He's being Donald Trump, and he's saying what he wants to do with people like myself.
And there you go. That was the protest yesterday in New York City, trying to get Trump off as hosting this weekend. Obviously, you could probably think that 500,000 signatures doesn't look like it is going to do something here, as it's full steam ahead. You've seen the promos that he's been doing. Trump says it's going to be record numbers for his appearance on Saturday. So, yeah, that should be interesting. Let's go to Carrie Lake for a little update on Fox 10 at 5:30.
At their new home in the Phoenix Zoo.
Sorry guys, they had popular music on there, so I'll just re-rack this one more time to show you the sights and sounds of that, and we'll get you going on other stuff.
Yelling's not gonna make it stop. Red's calling shit. He's like,
Don't ask me. This is my first time here.
Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go.
It's time to stop this kind of activity, and we're standing up and saying enough is enough. America.
Okay, I know you guys saw that. I just had to open up another page here so I could bring this to you. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this news story, everybody. This was shot by one of our Fox 10 employees' husbands. This is a Table Mesa Hawk rescue. So this person was out with a friend in the desert near Table Mesa Road when they came across a hawk that was covered with cactus thorns. In the video, you'll see he slowly and meticulously removes each of the thorns from the hawk before releasing it. Look at this delicate process here. Wow. This was a great save by one of our Fox 10 employee husbands. Poor little thing here, huh? I mean, we've really been hitting you with the animal stories, haven't we? Yeah, it's been a day like that. So what a great job by this man, though, to really jump in and save this little guy. That is awesome. All right, I'll get out of there. Just wanted to show that to you. That's really, really cool. So many great things happening with animals, right? So many great things. All right, moving on here, folks. I do have another event that I want to showcase to you because we showed it in clips today, but there were so many other things going on. We were breaking into the coverage. But earlier today, President Obama was talking and was making remarks at the 2015 White House Tribal Nations Conference. This happened earlier today, and it says each federally recognized tribe was invited to send one representative to the conference. This will be the 7th White House Tribal Nations Conference for the Obama administration and continues to build upon the president's commitment to strengthen the government-to-government relationship with Indian country and to improve the lives of American Indians and Alaska Natives. So let me get that loaded up for you, as we meant to bring that to you, but there was just so many other events going on, as you can imagine. So let me just get this set up here for you guys. All right, and I'll be back on the flip side from this event. Here we go.
Which I was told the salmon was happy to see me. What struck me on each of these trips is when we talk about the future of Indian country, we're really talking about the future of young people. I don't need to tell you the enormous challenges that they face. Native children are far more likely to grow up in poverty, suffer from significant health problems, face obstacles in educational opportunity. A lot of the young people I've met have gone through more than anybody should have to go through in an entire lifetime at a very early age. Losing family members to violence or suicide or addiction, and struggling with the kind of poverty that is unacceptable in the richest nation on earth. In these circumstances, sometimes it's hard to dream your way to a better life. And these challenges didn't just happen randomly to Indian country. The result, the accumulation of systematic discrimination. But for all our young people have endured, the young people that I've met have also given me incredible hope. I see so much promise in them, so much determination. In the words of Native American writer Janet Campbell Hale, courage has been bred into you, it is in your blood. Courage is in your blood. And you're not alone. I want our young people to know that we believe in you. That's why we started something called Generation Indigenous, which focuses on cultivating the potential of our Native youth. And at least 20 tribal nations have already become my Brother's Keeper communities to give more young people a shot at success. Even as we prepare our tribal youth to succeed in the 21st century, we also have to preserve and protect Native culture and heritage. As I've said before, if you start losing your language and your culture, your sense of connection to your ancestors and touchstones that date back generations, you can start feeling adrift. And if you're living in a society that devalues your culture or perpetuates stereotypes, you may be devaluing yourself. So we have to preserve those bonds, break stereotypes. I believe that includes our sports teams, because we all need to do more to make sure. We need to make sure that our young people feel supported and respected. And that's really what this Tribal Nations Conference is about. Extraordinary young people representing the promise not just of their tribes or of Indian country, but of the United States. Because ultimately we're one family, and these kids are our kids. They deserve to be cared and loved and nurtured and given a shot at opportunity. And if we do our part, there's no limit to what they can achieve, because they have extraordinary talent and extraordinary resilience. I could not be prouder of them, and so with that, we're going to sit back down and let's start a conversation.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final session of the 2015 Tribal Nations Conference. Before we get started, I would like to briefly introduce myself. My name is Jude Schimmel. I'm 21 years old and I'm a member of the Federated Council of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Growing up, I had no idea that I would be in the position I am today, but through hard work and the help of my family, I was able to receive a scholarship to the University of Louisville, where I played 4 years of college basketball and earned my bachelor's degree in sociology. And I'm also an IPN7 ambassador and an author. But most importantly, over the past few years, I've had the opportunity to travel and speak to over 60 different Native American communities within the United States to simply inspire young Natives to go out and follow their dreams and do what they love. I truly believe that if we continue to work together, that we can get to the point where we preserve our culture and our tradition, and also allow and create the opportunities that young Native Americans deserve. Lastly, I would just like to express how honored and how blessed I am to be in front of all of you today and on stage with all these special people. Next, I would like to hand it over to our panelists so that they can introduce themselves as well.
Shishida, Shishiji, Tatana, Tikar, Shanshi, Dina, Enekanket, Yupik, Shanshida, Jugatnik, Shulusha, Paya, Halana, Yini, Shunta, Patan, Hatna, Kalura, This is me, this is who I am Tatiana Ticknor. I am Dinna Tlingit in Yupik, and I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, and I am 16 years old.
Lana get there, Jungjats, Dano, Braden White, Voxkaleoge, Apugasi Mohawk Nation. My name is Braden White. My traditional name means he carries the bow and arrow on his back. I'm from the Mohawk Nation. I'm 21 and I'm of the Bear Clan. And I would just like to say that, you know, they tried to bury us, but you know what they were burying was the seeds for change, and look at we're all blossoming now.
Carson Johnson Unisha, Ya Adena Tachi Nisha, Do Destiny Bashishin, with our Nisha. My name is Blossom Johnson. I am Navajo and from Black Mesa, Arizona.
My name is Philip Douglas. I'm 15 years old. I'm a member of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, and I'm in 10th grade.
So before we get started, I would just like to clarify and let you guys know that in addition to the panelist questions, we also have a couple that we got from the online community through the hashtag #JenIAskObama. But up first, we have Tatiana.
So my question is there any way you can get teachers to understand Alaska Native and American Indian students more better, and is there a way that we can get rid of or eliminate stereotyping and racism within schools?
Well, it's a great question, Tatiana. First of all, I just really appreciate you guys being here. We're so proud of you, and I think it's fair to say that when I was their age, I was not making presentations. I just want to point that out. I think it's also important to point out that Jude can really ball. She was being kind of modest in talking about her basketball skills. And since I'm a basketball fan, I'm very impressed. Her and her sister, I think, have really made all of Indian country so proud. So we really appreciate it. I think that in education, the single most important ingredient is the person in front of the classroom, the teacher. And we've got incredible, dedicated teachers all across the country. And my sister was a teacher. My mother taught. I taught in law school. And so I have a deep appreciation for the art of teaching. I think it's one of the most important professions in our society. But part of being a good teacher is being able to connect. Right? Part of being a good teacher is being able to see each individual student and say, how do I motivate them? And how do I relate to them? And how do I make sure that the subject matter that is being taught, whether it's math or science or history or English, that I find a link between what's being studied and what people feel and what they've gone through in their lives. And that's true in any community, but it's especially true, I think, if you've got schools with Native American students or Alaska Natives. When I was in Alaska, when I was in your home state, it really reminded me a little bit of Hawaii, in the sense that you have this incredible indigenous culture that kind of seeps into everything. But sometimes it's not reflected in the curriculum, and it's not reflected in how the schools are teaching and interacting with what the reading materials are. And so I think we have a special obligation to focus on that. And one of the things that we've asked what I've asked Sally Jewell to do is for those schools that are in the Bureau, under Bureau of Indian Affairs jurisdiction, that we revamp the curriculum to get a lot more input from the students and from the community, and provide more local control so that we are helping to shape and assist what's going to work for those students. For schools that are basically state-run or local school districts, but have a large Native population, what we're doing is we're giving grants to help those school districts think about these issues in a much more serious way. And I guess to your last question, in terms of eliminating racism or stereotypes, that's an obligation of the entire society, but it's especially important in school. And so my hope and expectation would be that anybody in authority in a school is being very clear the first day kids walk in as to what's acceptable and what's not, in terms of how they're interacting with each other, how they're respecting each other, how they're respecting different cultures. If the school's not doing that, it's failing. And one specific element of this that we've talked about, but I want to give some credit right now is on this issue of schools and mascots, because if you walk into a school the first day and you're already feeling that stereotypes are embedded in the culture and the cheers and all that, right away that kid is feeling set apart and different. And so I want to give credit to Adidas, and I know a number of their officials are here today. They've really come up with a smart, creative approach, which is to say, all right, if we can't get states to pass laws to prohibit these mascots, then how can we incentivize schools to think differently? And so what Adidas has done is it said to the 2,000 plus schools that still have Native American, Alaska Native mascots, it said, you know what, we will work with you to redesign your entire sports brand. And, I don't know if Adidas made the same offer to a certain NFL team here in Washington, but they might want to think about that as well. But I tell you, for Adidas to make that commitment, it's a very smart thing to do, because those schools now really don't have an excuse. And what they're saying is one of the top sports companies in the world, one of the top brands in the world, is prepared to come in and use all their expertise to come up with something that's really going to work and that the entire community can feel proud of and can bring people together and give a fresh start. And I really want to give them a lot of credit for taking that step.
Thank you, Tatiana, for your question, and thank you, Mr. President, for your remarks on that subject. Up next, we have Braden.
Hi, Mr. President.
Hey, Braden.
Pleasure to meet you.
How you doing?
Good.
All right.
How will your administration help tribal education departments empower low-income Native American youth trying to get to college that don't have the money to go to college? Like, how can they be empowered to have those equal opportunities?
Well, I'll say to all the young people who are here and all the parents of young people who are here, the fact is that an education is really the key to a middle-class life in the modern world. And there was a time where, as long as you were willing to work hard, you could support a family without a college education. some sort of advanced schooling beyond high school, it is very hard to do now. You know, every job requires specialization and understanding everything from computers to how to communicate effectively. And so it doesn't necessarily have to be a four-year education, a four-year college, but you need some advanced training. So the first thing I'd say in terms of Native American and Alaskan youth is we need to do a better job telling you what's already in place, what's already there. Because the fact of the matter is, you know, we expanded Pell Grants to reach millions and more students. We have tried to simplify something called FAFSA that makes sure that it's basically the form that you have to fill out to qualify for all the various student loans and programs that are out there. It used to be so complicated that a lot of people
at DeVry
wouldn't fill it out.
We're looking for
Especially
future
if your
cyber
parents
warriors who want to learn from
So now
we're getting a first.
You may not have enough counselors in the school. You don't know where to go, and you just figure you can't afford it. But the truth of the matter is that between Pell Grants and federal loans and grants and scholarships that are available, there's really very few young people who should not be able to go to college if they've got enough motivation. So what we'd like to do is to work with the Department of Education, Department of Interior, local school districts, to just spread the word of what's already out there. And we're going to really spend a lot of time on reaching deep into you know, the various communities and make sure that you are getting that information out to students. Now, the other thing that we're trying to do is to strengthen tribal colleges because we think there's an opportunity for more young people to get a really good education in a way that is culturally linked and allows young people sometimes to stay at home. You know, I remember one of the first times that I saw you and your sister heard about you was there was a story that was done about incredible Native American basketball players who oftentimes had trouble transitioning to college because they weren't used to being away from their tribe and their community. And you know, the sort of the challenges of being in an environment where you're just cut off from your people and what you know. And I think that tribal colleges can serve as an important bridge. In some cases, it may be you start in that college and then you transfer to a larger university once you've kind of gotten more familiar and comfortable with what's required. So we're going to also work a lot on that issue.
All right, the next question we got from online, but it may be a little similar to what you just answered. The question is, how can we best encourage our Native youth to pursue an education and integrate while still maintaining our culture, traditions, and languages?
You know, this, since I've been talking about education twice, this may be one of those where I turn it to you guys and see what you guys think. Anybody want to volunteer some thoughts in terms of something I should know that you think would be especially helpful? Go ahead.
So at my school, since it's Native Heritage Month, we're actually doing a word of the day on the morning announcements every day. So I think all the other schools should do that as well because it raises awareness for your culture and language, and it will teach non-Native students language as well.
Okay, that's a great suggestion. Blossom, you got thoughts on that?
Well, for the education part where students can't pay for it or are having trouble paying for it, they noticed that some after-school programs can probably provide more information about scholarships, fellowships, and maybe even grants to go to college.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. If we don't have enough counselors in the schools, then having tribal organizations, not-for-profit organizations, kind of fill some of those gaps. I think that's really important. Yeah.
She pretty much touched on it.
Okay. My man's kind of low key right here. went to Standing Rock, I was talking to some of the young people about that. Part of the challenge here for young people, I think this is true for all young people, but especially true sometimes for African American or Latino or Asian American and Native Americans as well, is this age-old question in America, like how do you stay true to your roots and your culture, but also how are you part of the larger community? How do you balance that out? And I think the one thing that I would say, and there's some communities that have done this better than others, is to recognize that in order for young people to be successful today, you're not cut off from the rest of the world. You have to compete. You have to have knowledge which will empower you about how the world works. And it's not a betrayal of your traditions to understand those tools and use them on behalf of your community and on behalf of yourself. Now, I think what you also then have to do is to be in touch with, though, where you're coming from and not forget that. But that's not always going to be in the environment that you find yourself in. And you can't shy away from breaking out of what you know and going ahead and reaching out and striving in environments that are unfamiliar to you, kind of breaking out of your comfort zone. As long as you know that you still have home base there with you. And I think that sometimes people get into a situation where they think, if I'm going to college and I'm learning this or that or the other, and a bunch of my friends are still back home and they're not doing the same thing, then somehow I'm not authentic. I'm not, really being true to my culture and so forth. And that I don't think is productive thinking. That I think we have to get rid of, because if you were just talking about languages, if you learn Spanish, that doesn't mean you're not an English speaker. It just means that you got one more thing that you know that you can use, and you can translate it. If you learn engineering, that doesn't mean you have to forget traditional ways of your people. It just means you got both. All right, you can hunt and you can fish and you can you got your native beliefs, but you can also build a bridge and write code. And that's fine. So I say all that just because, on the one hand, it's important, I think, for Native youth to be supported, connected, and have a place where they're learning who they are and where they come from. But that can't be like a crutch or an excuse to be avoiding what's outside the tribe. Because cultures have to adapt and they have to grow alongside the world, and there are communities that do this really well. You think about the Jewish community in America, who very successful in all fields, but also deeply rooted oftentimes in their faith. I think that there's a number of Asian American communities there where there's school and then there's a whole set of institutions that teach them their native languages or the languages of their homeland, and they don't see a contradiction in it. And I think we have to think about this the same way.
Hey, folks, we're going to dip out of this coverage here of President Obama take you to a live press conference happening right now.
A reporter hit right after, so yeah.
This will be about the stabbings that happened yesterday at that California University. We're going to hear more now on the tragic events that led up to that.
Now, but 1.2 is cool. Okay. Yeah, 1.2. I mean, I would almost err a little bit more, but since we have a reporter hit, maybe then, I don't want to get it too much. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Thanks.
All right, folks. Before this gets rolling, as they're setting up still the microphones here, I'm going to take you locally to some live breaking news happening right now, where there was a motorcycle crash near the 101 in Camelback. So these are live images, courtesy of our very own Sky Fox. We don't have too many more details, but we'll work to get them for you. All right, folks, we're going to switch on over to the university stabbing presser right now.
Yeah, I'll just double check with Ryan. That's what they had earlier today.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. All right.
I was like, oh, yeah. Right. Story, get out of here on time.
So you're just the one that
No, enjoy it. Swim.
All right, folks, we are still waiting for this. We were told it was going to start right now. It hasn't, not even close to it. So, once again, we will be looking at live aerials of this crash at Loop 101 and Camelback, where there was a motorcycle-involved accident. So what we're looking at was a motorcyclist that was involved in an accident here, Loop 101 in Camelback. Don't have too many more details as they're very scarce right now. We're just waiting to bring you this live press conference, though, in California. You know, yesterday was that horrible stabbing that we heard about, the multiple stabbings. 4 people were stabbed in California, and then the suspect was shot dead. We're expecting an update on that within minutes. It's been a delay for some reason on that conference. So once it comes up in our screen, of course, we will bring that to you live. Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. Thank you for watching. All right, as you can see, Sky Fox is leaving the scene here, and you get a beautiful shot now of our beautiful valley at night. Truly a great place to be in Arizona, especially with these temps being so nice and amazing. While we're at it, and while we're talking about weather, let's go to the Fox 10 Day and see what's just around the corner for us. We got Veterans Day next week. It's going to be beautiful weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 80 degrees. All right, folks, we're going to go back to that Obama event, and then once that comes back for that university stabbing update, we will bring that to you.
Y'all, all that, aren't you? You know? And she's like, no, I'm going to college. You know, that doesn't make me less black. You know, I'm a black woman who went to college. And that's I think, how I want our young people to think. You can do both.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Up next is Blossom with her question.
Okay, well, first of all, I just want to thank you for creating the Obama Scholars Program at ASU, because I am an Obama Scholar.
There you go.
And, okay, so I really want to speak about poverty, because I currently live on the Navajo Reservation. Well, right now I'm in school, but I live on the reservation too. When I go home, I don't really have a suitable home, and I don't have running water or electricity. So I understand that you went to visit the Standing Rock Sioux Nation, and I know I've seen pictures of the reservation. So. Okay, I want to know what kind of programs you have to offer Native American communities who have the worst housing and living conditions.
Well, you know, a lot of this is run through, traditionally has been run through the Bureau. Mm-hmm. And let's face it, you know, for decades, it was underfunded. It was oftentimes not well managed. It was kind of an afterthought. And part of the reason why, when I came in, we started this conference was to make sure that we had a direct nation-to-nation relationship with all the different tribes. And our first thing was to just listen to people and find out, what is it that you need? What are you trying to do? What are the opportunities that you have? And then we'll try to design ways to help based on what it is that you think would make the biggest difference. Because, you know, obviously not every tribe is the same. I mean, there are now tribes that are doing really well because of, you know, gaming, or because of, you know, the natural resources that they've been able to harness, have development ideas that they're moving forward on. And then there are other communities that are having a tougher time. So the first thing is for us to listen to each tribe and find out, okay, what can we do? On almost every measure, whether it's housing, education, economic development, healthcare, we've been trying to boost resources that are available. And that's really important. So we're really focused on, you know, how do we build up the infrastructure in reservations that are having a tough time. It's not acceptable that anybody doesn't have running water in this country, right? So that's just a straightforward matter of getting the help from Congress to help build out the infrastructure that people need. But one of the things that I've learned in conversations with a lot of the, you know, presidents and governors and others who are in the audience is we have to think about sustainable development. So the idea is not just that the tribe is getting money from the federal government. The question is, how do we give tribes the tools whereby they can start generating jobs and economic development and progress on their own terms within their communities? And I think that is where we have to really focus. I was just talking to one gentleman, because we took photos before we came out, who said, you know, they had just signed a contract for a multi-million-dollar clean energy facility, right? And
we'd like to welcome everybody back again for a second press conference, actually third press conference today regarding the tragedy that transpired at University of California, Merced. As promised in our earlier press conference, commitment was made from the Chancellor Leland, Chief Vasquez of UC Merced, and Sheriff Vern Warnke of Merced County Sheriff's Department, that we would keep the world apprised on any updates and leads and case developments that sprung forth during the course of our investigation. Momentarily, Sheriff Warnke is going to provide some additional information regarding case leads and a new case development that will hopefully clarify some of your questions regarding motive. And just kind of how the event unfolded in general. In addition, we just want to confirm and reaffirm and really get the word out there that the case investigation is rapidly progressing. However, again, there's a substantial amount of information that we don't know. But there is some information that we do know, and that's the information that we'd like to get out to the world. At the conclusion of the press conference, again, we'll have just very little time to answer a few questions that some of you may have regarding the case and any new developments. Sheriff?
Hi again. Sorry to keep dragging you folks back, but as I promised, we've come up with some substantial information that I think you folks should know about. We had information that was recovered during the autopsy of our person. We found a 2-page handwritten, and I'm going to call it a manifesto, detailing his projected activities pertaining to the day's events. The reason for these projected activities, I want to make this very clear. He had gotten kicked out of a study group and was upset with one of the students, and apparently took his anger to the extreme level. He, in his note that we found today on his person during the autopsy, it details from the time of starting in the morning to what he is going to do. He talks about going into the classroom and actually taking the students and handcuffing them with the zip ties. He also talks in his manifesto that he is going to have one of the students help him zip tie. And further reading, this was not going to be a voluntary act on the student, because he actually quotes in there's like he's got a script. All right, and he says your 7 minutes is almost up. Get done. Then he's telling the person in quotes, the other student, to zip tie his own hands. So he had a pretty elaborate idea of what he wanted to do. The petroleum jelly. We all know about petroleum jelly. Well, we know that its capabilities. However, it looks like his intention for the petroleum jelly was to cut a hole in one of the bags and squirt the petroleum jelly on the floor as a kind of a slip and slide. He was going to kind of use that to make an entrance problem for anybody that came into the room if they got that far. And that's how it read. He goes on to say that he's going to ambush a police officer, try and get their gun. He further says during his manifesto he's got a couple other students that he's upset with, apparently because of the prior activity. Talks about these things. So he was planned out. The evidence that we recovered from his backpack was pointed out in his manifesto as to what he was going to do with it, and which was right in line with what we had anticipated. I want to make sure. Again, I was talking with the FBI this evening. There is still nothing to indicate anything, and I mean anything, that this is other than a teenage boy that got upset with fellow classmates and took it to the extreme. We've all had that kind of thing happen. So, having said that, we have nothing to indicate any other reason, but we do now have a motive. And we also have a detailed plan of what he had attempted or thought he was going to do that day. The fortunate part, is that we had some intervention with citizens, with students, with a construction worker. His plan went haywire because people fought back. And that was his bad luck. The fortunate part is that we got some very brave students. We have a very brave construction worker that stopped this from going on. He got so befuddled at the activities that had happened, it took his script away from him, and I think that that's what happened. We are very fortunate that the occurrence happened. We are so fortunate that the professional police officers that work for UC Merced were on the job and took care of this action. When Chief Vasquez was talking earlier, this thing from start to finish was probably less than 2 minutes. What a wonderful testament to the professionalism and the capabilities of that police department out there. They had this in control, neutralized before the first outside unit got on scene. I think at this point, we're continuing the investigation, but we now have a motive, and we do know that he had a script that he was going to try and follow, and the very fortunate part is that didn't follow through for him.
Sheriff, where was his manifesto? Where on the body was it?
That part was not shared with me. It was just indicated that it was in a pocket.
Sheriff Eric Rosales from KMPH Fox 26. Talk to me a little bit about, he specifically named some of the students on there along with the police officer?
He didn't name any police officer. He just said police officer grabbing their gun. He did have some students named by name, okay, and I'm not going to release that. But he had specific individuals that he was upset with. And like I say, it didn't happen. The end result, I think, came to a conclusion that prevented anybody else from being injured. So,
can you talk about how he planned to attack these people and how much death he intended to?
I think his intention was pretty substantial. I think his capability, it's kind of like when you're having a dinner, well, your eyes are bigger than your stomach kind of a thing. I don't think he had any actual capabilities of carrying this out. I think he had visions of grandeur. Didn't happen.
With the night vision goggles and everything, it seemed like that he was going to stay, was it maybe stay inside that classroom and commit more mayhem in there?
From his manifesto, it actually read that he was going to leave there and go do other tragedies on campus. Okay, so he had a pretty elaborate plan. And your question about his planning to die, I don't know that he planned to die, but the way it read is he knew he was going to be confronted by law enforcement, and so just by the way it read, that he planned on confronting them too. So there's a very strong possibility that he did, but it did not say that, I plan on dying. But just he knew he was going to be confronting law enforcement. Talked about being calm, and this is based upon the fact that he might have one of the officers' guns. Didn't happen.
Can you elaborate on what other places he was going to go at?
Just other places on campus. And
library?
He mentioned the dorms. Okay.
Can you
Yes.
say what the script was going to say when he was going to call law enforcement? He had some kind of script.
He did have, and it actually said in parentheses, whisper, there's a man in here that's acting crazy. He's got a pocket knife. Oh my gosh, he's coming towards me. And then hanging up, and then it talks about trying to ambush the officer when he got on scene. So again, because of a lot of things that happened, I'm very grateful that the circumstances were such. So this has a lot better ending than his intentions were, and because the system actually works. I want to reiterate something that the Chancellor had said earlier. She is very concerned about the welfare of the students at UC Merced, so much that I think she thinks of the several thousand kids as hers, and she's doing everything she can to make sure that their well-being is taken care of and to assure them that this is actually still a very safe campus. And just by the way this thing went down proves the point that it is still a very safe campus. These officers, the faculty, it obviously, the system works.
Earlier, was the first stabbing victim named in the manifesto, and was there any reason why he was named?
I'm going to say that he had people named, and as far as the sequence of events, I'm not 100% that the first stabbing victim was his direct intended and target. It's not to say that it wasn't, but I'm not 100% convinced, so I'm not going to share an opinion about it.
Sheriff, were there references to Allah in the manifesto?
There was a few references to Allah, and I want to tell everybody, as me being a Christian, it would be like me referencing the Lord Jesus. If I'm going to go do something silly, it doesn't mean that I'm anything other than I've got a belief in a higher power, and his belief was in through the Muslim faith, but there's still nothing to indicate that there was anything other than that.
Can you talk about the prior incident with the study group and possible prior police contact?
I'm not 100% on that because obviously this is through UC Merced Police Department, and for me to comment on that I think would be reckless. If there was in fact a prior police contact with UC Merced, it has not been shared with me, and if they did, I'm sure that they're taking care of the situation as we're talking right now.
So this was a study group for this class?
Correct. Correct.
Was this a recent development? He'd been recently kicked out of this?
You know what? There wasn't again, hasn't been referred to me as far as an actual time. It was just in the recent past that this had gone on. And it had enough time span that some of the stuff that he had actually had in his backpack, he'd ordered online and had it delivered to him.
Sheriff, now that you guys have this manifesto and you have what appears to be a motive here, what's next for investigators? What are you still working to find out? What do you guys hope to accomplish?
We're wanting to make sure that when we're done with our investigation that we're 100% sure that every stone has been turned over, every witness has been talked to, every piece of fact that's available has been relayed to us. When we finally say that it's been concluded, we're 100% sure that it's done. So, again, this is really ongoing. This is the first day after this tragic event, and the fortunate part is we were able to come up with a motive so that folks are not hanging in the wind pertaining to why or the reason that they think that this fellow was doing what he's doing. He was a teenager. He got mad and took it out this way. There's been other ones, a teenager got mad over a dating problem. We don't know what's going to trigger, and we don't have a crystal ball to say, oh my gosh, if I upset a student, if this is going to happen. We don't know. The human person is a very unpredictable being, and we just deal with the problems when they arise. And sometimes you can't tell when something bad's happened. Obviously, this is one of those incidents.
Is there evidence to show that he had been trying to obtain another weapon? Any kind of...
No, there was nothing in the manifest other than the fact that he had made reference to taking one of the law enforcement officers' sidearms.
Any reference to terrorism at all?
None.
Any terrorist group in his manifesto?
No, we had an upset teenager that was upset because he got kicked out of a study group. Okay? Again, I know that with the heightened global awareness of this and the recent statement that was made earlier with regard to an extremist group praising this young man, you got to remember they're an extremist group for a reason. They want to bring fear, and they're going to use any tool that they can. The unfortunate part is they're using this one, and I think it's because of his faith. You got to remember there's a lot of Muslim faith that are very kind, gentle, loving people, and to have one person come and do this, you can't group that whole section of folks into that. It's just not right. And we, as a society, need to make sure that we understand that.
Did the autopsy reveal anything else?
No. Just that my understanding is just from the gunshot wounds.
How many times was he shot, and was it both officers that shot him or just one?
That's, again, that's going to be revealed through our report that we have to give to the UC pertaining to the officer-involved shooting. So that report's going to be given to them, and it'll be up to them as to whether or not they're going to release that. We've been asked to investigate the officer-involved shooting, and that information will be given to them for their dissemination if they need to.
But did the autopsy reveal how many times he had been shot?
Probably. So, okay, we're going to conclude. This wraps up our evening. I appreciate you guys coming back. As my promise to you, if anything substantial comes out, we will definitely be sending it out immediately. If it's at 3 o'clock in the morning, whoever's got their fax machine on or their emails on, that's why we're going to get it out there, okay? It's been my pledge at 100% of the time is to be very transparent in what we're doing. And we've got nothing to gain by not sharing that information with you. The investigation is pertaining to an incident that happened. There will be no trial. So that's where we're going. So I'm going to conclude this, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much.
All right there, folks. So, wow, a lot of new info. And boy, did this guy just sound like he was just a loose cannon situation here where he was upset with some students because he got kicked out of a study program. So, wow, what a way, what a way. Such a tragic event there that happened there yesterday, but the sheriff was amazingly awesome the way he was handling all the details and the reporters' questions. You really got to give it up to this sheriff here. Okay, I am going to be getting out of here pretty soon, so we're going to go back to the President Obama event. We'll wrap that up here for you guys. I'll be back, tomorrow at 11 a.m., so I hope everyone has a great evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to have a big, big show tomorrow. I can feel it already. I know I don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow, but I could just imagine if it's anything like today, it's going to be huge. So there we go, guys. I'm going to go back now to coverage of President Obama.
Michelle Obama. And she's all about this. When we had the Generation Indigenous and Youth Summit, how long ago was this? A couple months ago? It was in July. I know she talked about this. Look, this is a problem for the entire country. It's not actually a global problem. And part of what's happened is that as our culture has changed, our kids are eating foods that create obesity. They're not getting the same kind of exercise that they did a generation ago. And you combine those two things, and we are seeing this explosion of childhood obesity. Now, since Michelle started Let's Move and My Plate and all these other programs, we've actually seen some progress in some areas, but it's still something where we've got to make a lot more progress, because when kids start off unhealthy and obese early on, the likelihood of them having severe health problems later in life are much, much higher. And that means much higher health care expenses for the society as a whole, which means we then have less money for things like setting up clean water systems and investing in education and college scholarships. So this is something we can turn around. It starts with young people, just having ways in which they can, on a regular basis, get exercise and get healthy meals. And so what we're going to try to do is to work with all the tribes and the schools and make a determination, based on traditions and cultures and your budgets, how do we get more creative about creating meal plans that are better for our kids, and how do we program in exercise and that is going to keep them healthy. But I don't know. Let's ask the hotshot Division I athlete. What ideas do you have in terms of making sure that, because what is true is that the incidence of obesity among Native American youth is higher than it is for the general population. Some of that is just poor children are more likely to be obese because they're eating different stuff, and so sometimes it's more challenging. In some Native communities, it's hard to find healthy food. There are a lot of what's called food deserts, where it's easy to buy a bag of chips, but it's harder to get some fresh fruit or something. So, what do you think?
I would agree that it definitely starts with the youth. I know, and you said it kind of like it was the last generation. I guess that's kind of mine, but I remember being outside, playing outside, doing sports 24/7, and that's obviously changed, especially with the technology these days. But I also know that living in a rural place, like you said, it's very hard to find, nutritious food and things like that. So I guess this is another question for you, but I'm wondering, how can we make it to where the food that is available isn't necessarily fast food, and it's more, it's healthier for.
Well, one of the interesting things that we're trying to do is to link up local economies with school systems, and so that farmers and this whole movement of farm to fork or whatever you want to call it. The basic idea is right now most school districts and a lot of rural communities, even though there's food all around, people aren't growing it there anymore. If they do grow it, they ship it to somewhere else. It gets processed, manufactured, stuffed with a whole bunch of stuff that's not necessarily bad for you. Gets frozen, gets shipped back. And the question is, and this is going to be different for each community, are there ways to link up with local farms? Are there ways to link up with traditional food sources? When I was in Alaska, we went to Billingham on Bristol Bay. That's where the salmon did its thing on my shoe. But in Alaska, Alaska natives get 50% of their calories from traditional sources. Hunting, fishing, gathering, and that's an example of where how do we adapt that so that becomes part of the food chain for kids when they're in school, right? Because if there's all this salmon out in the ocean, then which is really good for you, but then you go to school and all you got is tater tots. No, nothing wrong with tater tots. I don't want to. But you get my point, or you got some frozen pizza that got shipped in, when you could be eating this incredible salmon that was fresh caught and is going to be good for you. And by the way, that then gives the fishermen a market, so they're now making more money. Right? Those are the kinds of opportunities I think that we've got to look to. And in local school districts, in fairness to local school districts, sometimes it's easier for them to take the processed food. And one of the problems that's happened in the way schools are organized these days is recess is so short, and lunch breaks are so short, that the easiest thing is to kind of just defrost something or stick something in the microwave, plop it on a tray, because you only got half an hour before we send you to your next class. And this goes back to the education point you guys were making earlier. One of the things that we should be trying to do is to think of the whole child. Education is not just books. Education is physical fitness. Education is the arts. Education is music and dance and movement and learning how to eat right. And if we have schools that are not designed to do all those things and take care of the whole child, then we're probably making a mistake. Okay.
I have kind of something to follow up with that, but as you know, all aspects of life connect, but I'm just wondering, since financial situations are typically an issue among Native American families, I'm just wondering, how we can decrease the unemployment rates and increase, to get more better financial situations, because not only is McDonald's fast, but it's also cheap. So, if we have better financial situations, we would have better opportunity to eat healthier and,
Yeah. Well, as I said before, I think that we're working with tribes to come up with economic development strategies. I think it's very important for us to have in our nation-to-nation relationships, to have a strategic plan. It's not just a matter of each year, let's get a little more on the budget to give to Indian Health Services or this or that, the other, because that's important. But the goal here is how do we create sustainable development for the nations? And whether it's through clean energy projects, whether it's through tourism, and that's controlled, but the tribes benefit from it, whether it's utilization of native lands, whether it's starting incubators for small businesses on the reservation. All those things have to be stitched together. So if we're building a road in Navajo country, let's make sure that that road connects to a hub that makes it easier for Navajo to engage in commerce with the local community. Right? If there are things that the tribes are purchasing from the outside, is there a way to start a business where it's produced on the inside? Because if the tribe's spending money, it'd be useful to find areas where potentially you could, a young person like you starts a business and suddenly you're producing the pencils or the lunches or what have you. And then that money gets recirculated, and that increases incomes for everybody. But, as I said, I think when you look now at communities that are most successful, nothing's more important than young people and talent and education. The most important way that Indian country is going to improve its economic prospects is to make sure every young person has the skills and talent they need to succeed. And in some cases, that's going to be because they come back to a reservation and start a business, or they're managing a not-for-profit or a tribal development organization. In some cases, it's going to be, yes, they leave the reservation and they're working, they're succeeding, they're making money, and now they're finding ways to reconnect with their community. And both things are legitimate, right? There's nothing wrong. If anybody here on this panel, Blossom, if after you graduate, you decide, I want to be a business person, and you're successful, I have confidence that you're going to stay connected to Navajo country, and you're going to then be able to give back, and you're going to open up opportunities for cousins and brothers, not just by way of example, but because you're part of that community, part of that tribe, and that is going to be part of how we also grow the economy. So young people investing in education and really being focused on being able to compete in the larger economy, that's really important as well.
Our next question is, we got it from online also. It is, what measures are you and your team taking to ensure the next administration?
Hi guys, Kinsey here. I'm going to break into my top 5 stories of the day for you, and I am wearing my very thick Christmas winter sweater because it's freezing in here. I work in the Arctic. Bye, Mike. I'll miss you.
I know. Well, we'll see each other in less than 12 hours.
You're on.
Oh, really? You always get me like that. So you know what? I never say inappropriate things, so it's great.
Well, that's why I can count on you.
Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday. Monday through Friday. You behave yourself. Treat yourself, Mike. Hi guys, welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I'm Kinsey Schofield, and these are my top 5 stories. And then guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something you're probably going to hate. I'm going to do a Throwback Thursday. And I don't care what you say. Because I agree with you. I didn't want to watch what we're watching either. Gonna Throwback Thursday. DOC, inmate attack video. You've seen it before, and I'm gonna bring it to you again because that's what I do. Mike gets on my computer and messes everything up. If I didn't love him so much, I'd write a sternly written letter. I know you've seen this video. This is a Fox 10 exclusive. Troy Hayden got us this video. We are lucky to have him. He's an A+ journalist. C+ friend. I'm just kidding. He gave me a Snickers bar today, so. So this is the DOC attack video that is now going nationwide.
First time we are seeing video of a violent attack at the Florence prison that left 7 corrections officers hurt, one of them seriously. The video coming from a surveillance camera inside the prison's chow hall. Troy Hayden is live with this Fox 10 exclusive. Troy.
And Carrie, this attack actually happened back in April. The Department of Corrections just got permission from attorneys to release the video. It shows how much corrections officers risk every single day to watch over some of the most dangerous men in our state. This video, released exclusively to Fox 10, shows just how quickly things can go very wrong for Arizona corrections officers. This was shot back in April during an evening meal at the maximum security unit at Florence Prison. Inmates upset that officers were walking through their tables. They thought they were being disrespected. So they stand up and confront the officers, who are badly outnumbered. Just look at that. They refuse to let a female officer leave. And when more officers move into the chow hall, the inmates attack. It's vicious. More than a dozen of the state's most dangerous men kicking and punching the officers, who are armed only with pepper spray and stun guns. The officers are no match for the charging inmates. And only when many of those inmates are hit with the pepper spray do they start to back away. The attack only lasts 14 seconds, but it's enough to do serious damage. One of the officers, Sergeant Joel Reza, laid his body over a colleague, getting between him and the inmates, trying to shield the blows. He was given a Valor Award for his efforts last month. One of the officers targeted in the attack has serious head injuries and has not yet returned to work at the prison. The DOC tells us these attacks don't happen very often, but when they do, things can go very bad very fast, as we saw there in that video. And all 7 officers were injured. The inmates involved are being prosecuted for that attack. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
All right, and my next story is in regards to a CNN investigation that's currently going on in regards to Dr. Ben Carson. He wrote an autobiography in 1990, which is a weird time to write an autobiography, like before you're anyone, you know, called Gifted Hands, the Ben Carson Story. He describes himself as an uncontrollable pathological. He said he had an uncontrollable pathological temper. The violent episodes he has detailed in his book, in public statements, and in interviews include punching a classmate in the face with his hand wrapped around a lock, leaving a bloody 3-inch gash in the boy's forehead, attempting to attack his own mother with a hammer, following an argument over clothes, hurling a large rock at a boy which broke the youth's glasses and smashed his nose, and finally thrusting a knife at the belly of his friend with such force that the blade snapped when it luckily struck a belt buckle covered with the boy's clothes. I was trying to kill somebody, Carson said, describing the incident, which he has said occurred at the age of 14 in 9th grade during a September forum at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. CNN has interviewed 9 friends, classmates, and neighbors who grew up with Carson extensively, who told CNN they have no memory of the anger or violence that the candidate has described. So this is CNN trying to say, why is he trying to be somebody he's not? What is the purpose of lying? You know, what's the objective in this? So I think that this is an interesting investigation. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Carson's reaction is that these are people that came into his life after he made a turn for the better, but these guys are saying this guy, he had a pocket protector, he was quiet, he was riding nerdy all the time. So I think that this is going to be especially interesting to see if this can, almost like the Marco Rubio financial scandal, interesting to see if this will grow, if we'll hear any more about this. Maybe we won't. Maybe CNN's just looking for the negative. I think when you see a rise in the polls, oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That I was just watching a Donald Trump commercial for SNL. He's with Sia. That's gonna be real good. I'll be watching it. I think that whenever you're rising in the polls, you are now a target for some weird stories. And true or not, people are looking for any sort of bait, and they're going to go after you. Oh, he's reacting to media accusations on Megyn Kelly right now, and we're missing it. I wish I knew what he said. But I can tell you that he told CNN earlier, those are people that met me after I was that person. I think Dave Muncy got McDonald's for dinner. It surprises me. He's a healthy fellow. Holiday shoppers are ready to spend more. A new survey shows that 40% of the U.S. consumers plan to spend more on holiday gifts this year compared to 2014. A year ago, when holiday retail sales climbed 4%, that's just 25% expected to increase. That's 25% of individuals expecting to increase their holiday budget. Online shopping appears to be the top choice. I can attest to that. They polled 1,537 U.S. consumers. Half of the respondents are likely to get a head start on Black Friday and shop on Thanksgiving Day, while 28% believe the time should be spent with family. I'm the 28%. The National Retail Federation believes total holiday sales will grow at a small clip in November and December compared to last year. The industry trade group forecasted a 3.7% increase to $630.5 billion, according to NRF. Survey average spending per person is still expected to reach $805.65, slightly higher than the 2014 holiday season, $802.45. Holiday shopping is a critical period for retailers, accounting for 19% of annual sales based on NRF's estimates. And this has been all over the news. I saw this evening President Bush Sr.'s comments about some of his son's lieutenants. And let me bring you that right now.
In a new biography of President George H.W. Bush, the 41st president breaks his silence on his son's war team of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Vice President Dick Cheney.
He likes Cheney, respects him, but he clearly believed and wanted the historical record to reflect that he had objections to how Cheney had conducted his vice presidency.
John Meacham is a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and author of Destiny and Power, The American Odyssey of George Herbert Walker Bush. For the book, Meacham was granted unprecedented access to the Bush family and their archives.
President Bush 41 believed that Cheney embodied an image of the 43 administration that was in some ways counterproductive around the world.
The elder Bush believes that Cheney acted too independently of his son and advocated too hawkish a line after the attacks of September 11th, 2001. Meacham says George H.W. Bush believes that Cheney was pushed toward a harder line by his conservative wife and daughter.
Well, I think Bush 41 suggested that perhaps Liz Cheney and Lynn Cheney had an influence on Vice President Cheney.
We smile about it. We laugh about it. Same with my daughter, with Liz. But my family was not conspiring to somehow turn me into a tougher, more hard-nosed individual. I got there all by myself.
Cheney is reading Meacham's book, in which the 41st president calls the vice president iron ass. Cheney sees the comment as more compliment than criticism.
I took it as a mark of pride. The attack on 9/11 was worse than Pearl Harbor in terms of the number of people killed and the amount of damage done. So that, I think a lot of people believed then and still believe to this day that I was aggressive in defending, in carrying out what I thought were the right policies.
Meacham also writes in the book that, quote, Bush 41 believed Cheney and his hard-charging staff had fueled a global impression of American inflexibility.
I've had much worse said about me than anything he ever thought. And I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what he meant by those diary entries. I fully admit that after 9/11, I saw my role as being as tough and aggressive as needed to be to carry out the president's policy, 43's policy, to make sure we didn't get hit again.
Nevertheless, Cheney says he likes the book.
The diary's fascinating because you can see how he felt at various key moments of his life. So I'm enjoying the book. I recommend it to my friends, and proud to be a part of it.
The elder Bush reserves his harshest criticism for Donald Rumsfeld, of whom he's quoted as saying, "I don't like what he did, and I think it hurt the president, George W. Bush. Having his iron-ass view of everything, there's a lack of humility, a lack of seeing what the other guy thinks. He's more kick-ass and take names." Secretary Rumsfeld declined comment. One revelation that came too late for Meacham's book, President Bush had said in his diary that he didn't think the country would accept gay marriage.
He wrote me a note in September saying that while he still believed in traditional marriage, he thought that people had a right to be happy without discrimination. And he said, I guess you could say I've mellowed.
In Washington, Brett Baer, Fox News.
Love Brett Baer. Thank you so much for that report. I'm in my winter sweater. All right. The next is kind of ludicrous, and I've got to pull the video for you. I was trying to explain this to other people, and it's hard to explain because it's so ridiculous and very confusing. Now it's a Democrat from California named Loretta Sanchez. Took to the House floor today to rip into Saturday Night Live and Donald Trump. You know, I've got a soft spot in my heart for Trump, whether you do or not. Whether you've got that same soft spot or not, I don't know, but I do.
I rise today to encourage Saturday Night Live to disinvite Donald Trump from hosting their show this weekend. Many may believe that Mr. Trump is just causing controversy so that he can get media attention, but his divisive and racist rhetoric has very troubling and real-world consequences. Many businesses and individuals have severed ties with Mr. Trump, and even SNL's owner, NBC Universal, stated that at NBC, respect and dignity for all people are cornerstones of our values, and they ended their relationship with Mr. Trump. Perhaps this blunder happened because currently there is no Latino cast member on SNL, and there have only been 2 in the entire history of SNL. I hope Saturday Night Live's producers, writers, and cast members will consider how Donald Trump hosting SNL will compromise the integrity of their show. Having Mr. Trump degrades the quality of SNL's humor because racism isn't funny, it's lazy, and it's cheap. Comedy has the power to highlight hypocrisy in society and reveal important social truths and political commentary. SNL has achieved that in the past. I hope it returns.
It's expired.
Expired. Get off. Go. You're done. Yeah, done. That's what Mikey says. Mikey goes, yeah, done. So that was just whatever. How is this real life is my question. I'm going to play some packages from our show this evening, and then we're going to throw back Thursday. Although I do think that I probably have to go through my top 5 a few more times tonight. That's right, it's you and me. Top 5 in the world. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go through some local stories. Then I'm going to do a special Throwback Thursday for you, and we're going to do top 5 again. So prepare if you have any snarky comments. I will read them. And, I prefer snark. and then we'll see where the night takes us, because we have multiple satellites open, and we love breaking news here at Fox 10 News Now.
The fairgrounds is over. A baby goat, this little cute guy right here, stolen from his mother, has now been found. Caretakers put out a plea this morning right here on Fox 10 asking for his safe return. No questions asked. They just wanted the little guy back. And guess what? It worked out, because Gus is back with his mom. And this story took over social media. It went national. Gus even ending up with his own Twitter page. Danielle Miller is live at the fairgrounds with the happy reunion tonight. Well, this is great news.
Absolutely, Carrie. Now, this story has caused quite the buzz, and I have to tell you that it was the absolute cutest thing seeing these two being reunited here after being away from each other for several hours. Now, the zoo here at the fair welcomed back these two with open arms. Now, it has signs here, there's balloons, and Gus is just 3 weeks old, and he was away from his mom, Custard, here for about 24 hours, and caretakers here at the fair say that any longer than that, he might not have made it.
Really is a miracle. The odds of finding him are astronomical.
3-week-old baby goat Gus was stolen around 5 o'clock last night from the fair.
We believe that someone scooped him up out of the Pennies Inn, stuffed it in their jacket, and walked out.
Fair staff quickly sprung into action looking for Gus, posting his story and picture on social media sites, which has since gone viral, and almost 24 hours later, he was reunited with his mom, Custard.
A man was walking his dog this afternoon along a canal, and someone had dumped Gus along the canal, and I don't even know if the man had seen the news, but he decided to be the good Samaritan that he is, Gus's angel, picked him up, took him to the PetSmart on Peoria and 31st Avenue, and they realized, wait, there's the news, I've seen the news, there's a goat missing.
Fair Livestock Director Karen Searle says they went to PetSmart and right away they knew it was Gus. They quickly brought him back to his mom where he belongs. Searle says being only 3 months old, Gus might not have made it much longer than he did.
He needs his mother's milk, and he can't, he's never drank from a bottle, he can't have pasteurized milk. He would have starved to death within just a few days.
Although sad, someone did what they did. Both Searle and fairgoers are just happy this story ended the way it did.
It's so cute. I mean, he should be with his mom. I thought it was going to be a bad ending, so it's cute. It's good to know that it's a good ending.
And the entire time that we've been here, Gus and Custard are just inseparable. Gus has been nursing on his mom on and off for the past couple hours. Now, there is adults and children out here just in love with this baby goat out here, snapping photos and just extremely happy that he has been returned. Now, as for the person who took Gus, we're not sure at this time who that was, but Searle tells us that because of this incident, they're going to be checking people coming in and out of the gates, just making sure that everything is okay. But as for now, Gus is not being let out of their sight. Reporting live, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
A rash of burglaries in Laveen has neighbors there concerned, and police say it may be because of the falling temperatures in the valley.
The cooler conditions encouraging people to open up their windows. It's an invitation to some burglars, and Steve Kraft joins us live with the story. That's an easy way to get in.
It's such an easy way to get in. First thing I want to do is show you where this is happening. Take a look right here. This is the area around 35th Avenue and Dobbins. That's in Laveen. The burglaries in this area happening because, well, it could happen anywhere when you think about it, because when it gets nice outside, people may open their windows, right? And may not close and lock them when they're not home, allowing a burglar easy access. 4 burglaries in this neighborhood. 1 on Sunday night, 3 on Monday night, and 3 cars broken into. The bad guys ripped off garage remotes.
Yeah, we try and keep our windows locked, but it's really a nice neighborhood. It's too bad we got all these problems.
Burglars are criminals of opportunity. They're lazy. They're always looking for an easy score. If you make your home inconvenient to break into, they'll move on to the next one. But if you don't take some common sense precautions, it's easy to become a victim. You can get a security system, motion detectors, dogs, anything to discourage a burglar.
Lighting your property, making sure that it's well lit, trimming back the bushes, the landscaping, and so forth. Those are things that you can do with what you have at home.
A common sense approach so your home doesn't become easy pickings.
Keep the windows open during the day, especially like when there's a lot of people out. That's okay, but then
when it starts getting dark out, make sure everything is locked.
Now remember, it's not just this neighborhood, it could be anywhere. Phoenix police have some great burglary prevention tips, and we've got a link to it on the Scene on TV page of our website, fox10phoenix.com. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
A Valley man claiming police brutality against 2 Mesa police officers.
Now, he's saying that he was pulled over for riding his bike without a light and claims that he was then beaten by the officers.
Just a short time ago, the department responded, releasing video from that incident in question, and Fox 10's Jessica Flores joins us live with the story. Jess.
John Kerry, right now we are in front of the Mesa Police Department. We just finished up speaking to a spokesperson. Now the department says they are investigating the allegations of police brutality. And the man we spoke to who was detained yesterday says police punched him in the face 3 times for no reason. Now, he was apparently stopped yesterday night on his way to work. He was riding a bicycle. Police stopped him because he matched the description of somebody else who was also on a bicycle. And during that stop, the man we talked to, Arthur Velasquez, takes out his phone. Now, he wasn't told to put his hands up, but he was detained. And when he took out his phone, things took a violent turn. Take a look at the video.
Can you put your phone away?
I'm calling my sister.
No.
Yes, I have a right to call my sister.
Don't.
Do not touch
put it
my
back
phone.
Put it back. I don't know who you're calling.
Look it. My sister's Vanessa. Her name is Nessa.
Calling. I do not know who you're calling, so put it down before I knock it out of your freaking hand.
Hey, Nessa. Cops are pulling me over, and I don't know why. And now he's being rough with me.
Dude.
I'm by Filiberto's.
Mesa police spokesperson says the officers had every right to take the phone away. As for Velasquez, he believes that taking out that phone and making the call saved him from being further injured. Take a listen.
Who knows if maybe I didn't shout out that they were hitting me. They might have stopped. Sorry. They might not have stopped. That's what I'm scared of. What if I didn't call my sister? What if I ended up at the hospital with a fractured skull, broken bones? It's not something we should fear, coming from our peace officers.
Now, Velasquez did go to the hospital. He got 5 stitches. He had a concussion and he was banged up, some bruises and scrapes on his knee. He was not ever arrested or charged with resisting arrest, though Mesa police say that he did resist arrest. He did get a ticket, a bike ticket, for not having a light on his bicycle, and he is due in court on that matter. Now, Velasquez says he does want these officers to be put on leave, not paid administrative leave. Right now, the officers are currently still working. Reporting live in Mesa, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
A Valley man who killed a Phoenix fire dispatcher after driving the wrong way on I-17 pleads guilty to second-degree murder charges. Police say Stephen Martin's blood alcohol level was more than 3.5 times the legal limit at the time of that crash. Our Troy Hayden joins us live with reaction from the victim's family. Troy.
And he took the life of a woman really in the prime of her young life. Megan Lang, the victim here, was only 26 years old, a mother of 2 young boys. So she left behind her sons and also her husband, who was vowing now to fight to make Valley roads safer.
It's very bittersweet. We're glad that, we have a light at the end of the tunnel now.
Patrick Lang's life changed forever last January. His wife was killed in a crash on I-17.
We do have a sense of closure as of today because he did change his plea to guilty.
Police say Stephen Martin was driving the wrong way. He swerved to avoid a DPS officer and crashed into 2 cars. According to court records, his blood alcohol level, 0.273. Today in court, he pled guilty to second-degree murder and endangerment charges.
We just don't want to see anything like this happen to another family. It's already happened to too many.
The Lang family has now hired an attorney and they're pursuing a civil suit. Their goal, reduce the number of wrong-way crashes.
We are looking for change. We're looking to effectuate change for really an epidemic.
Attorney Michael Define says dispatchers get between 30 and 50 calls for wrong-way drivers every month.
There's a fine balance between money and people's lives, and we want to focus more on people's lives than on budgetary constraints or concerns.
We've seen increased amounts of signs. But it's been an ongoing issue. It's not a new issue. It's a preventable issue.
Sentencing for Martin, that wrong-way driver, has been set for December 8th. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
I'm Carrie Lake with a look at your Fox 10 Facebook news update. A man accused of driving drunk on I-17 and killing a Phoenix fire dispatcher changes his plea in court. Stephen Martin was charged with second-degree murder, endangerment, and drug possession for the fatal accident in January of this year. He has now pleaded guilty to the murder and endangerment charges. Martin hit and killed dispatcher Megan Lang. His blood alcohol level was 3 times the legal limit. He will be sentenced next month. ADOT says it is moving forward with construction on the South Mountain Freeway as some legal challenges get worked out behind the scenes. The agency recently filed for a 3-week extension in the case to collect records. Back in August, ADOT began tearing down homes to clear the way for the southern extension of the Loop 202. Construction on the road should begin next summer. The search is over for Gus Gus, that baby goat stolen from the Arizona State Fair's petting zoo. The baby goat was found in a canal and taken to a PetSmart store. PetSmart then called the fair because they knew that the animal was missing. Valley firefighters still working to control the mulch fire burning near I-17 in Jomax. The fire began just before 2:30 Wednesday afternoon. It's been causing a lot of smoke in the air and people are having issues breathing. Fire officials estimate the size at 1 acre and they have several units on scene. Crews say for now, they're just going to let this fire burn itself out. And here's a look at your 10-day weather forecast. Plenty of sunshine, but very cool. Parts of the valley under a freeze warning for tonight. The cool down continues with high temperatures in the 70s and mild overnight lows in the mid-50s for the rest of the week. And that's a look at Thursday's top headlines. I'm Carrie Lake. Have a great day.
Just in time for my top 5 stories. And I can jump right into this one. Since this will be a familiar face for you since you just saw his face.
First time we are seeing video of a violent attack at the Florence prison that left 7 corrections officers hurt, one of them seriously. The video coming from a surveillance camera inside the prison's chow hall. Troy Hayden is live with this Fox 10 exclusive. Troy.
And Carrie, this attack actually happened back in April. The Department of Corrections just got permission from attorneys to release the video. It shows how much corrections officers risk every single day to watch over some of the most dangerous men in our state. This video, released exclusively to Fox 10, shows just how quickly things can go very wrong for Arizona corrections officers. This was shot back in April during an evening meal at the maximum security unit at Florence Prison. Inmates upset that officers were walking through their tables. They thought they were being disrespected. So they stand up and confront the officers, who are badly outnumbered. Just look at that. They refuse to let a female officer leave. And when more officers move into the chow hall, the inmates attack. It's vicious. More than a dozen of the state's most dangerous men kicking and punching the officers, who are armed only with pepper spray and stun guns. The officers are no match for the charging inmates. And only when many of those inmates are hit with the pepper spray do they start to back away. The attack only lasts 14 seconds. But it's enough to do serious damage. One of the officers, Sergeant Joel Reza, laid his body over a colleague, getting between him and the inmates trying to shield the blows. He was given a Valor Award for his efforts last month. One of the officers targeted in the attack has serious head injuries and has not yet returned to work at the prison. The DOC tells us these attacks don't happen very often, but when they do, things can go very bad very fast, as we saw there in that video. And all 7 officers were injured. The inmates involved are being prosecuted for that attack. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
All right, so that's my top story, and it really kind of was yesterday's top story, but I couldn't bring you that video until it aired online, or until it aired on our TV news. CNN questioning Carson's past. This is an excerpt from CNN.com. In his 1990 autobiography, Gifted Hands, The Ben Carson Story, Carson described those acts as flowing from an uncontrollable pathological temper. The violent episodes he had detailed in his book, in public statements, and in interviews include punching a classmate in the face with his hand wrapped around a lock, leaving a bloody 3-inch gash on the boy's forehead, attempting to attack his own mother with a hammer following an argument over clothing, and hurling a large rock at a boy which broke the youth's glasses and smashed his nose. Finally, thrusting a knife at the belly of his friend with such force that the blade snapped when it luckily struck a belt buckle covered by the boy's clothing. I was trying to kill somebody, Carson said, describing the incident, which he had said occurred at age 14 in 9th grade during a September forum at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. But 9 friends, classmates, and neighbors who grew up with Carson told CNN they have no memory of the angry or violent candidate. Are you trying to sound cool? I don't know. I think that this is an interesting story, though, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. When you start making moves, when you start rising to the top of the pile, there's a microscope on you, and controversy equals ratings. So a lot of these big media outlets, and can we get a little bit more relaxed here? Because some of us, i.e. me, are starting to sweat under these lights. Let's just get a little more cash, if you will. Okay. No, I'm wearing only one sweater. I was wearing 2. All right, so it's interesting to me. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know what the benefit of somebody as regal and sophisticated as him. I don't know what the benefit of him pretending that he used to not be so regal and sophisticated. I don't know what that is. You know, is the narrative that it's a Cinderella story? I don't know, but I thought that was interesting. When I heard it, it was the first time I'd heard it earlier today, and apparently he addresses that with Megyn Kelly tonight. So if you're capable of watching that rerun, I would, and I will when I get home. But unfortunately, I couldn't read lips when he was on with Megyn Kelly, and I am spending my night with you guys right now. Holiday shopping ready, or hot shoppers ready to spend more. This girl is. A new survey says that 40% of the U.S. consumers plan to spend more on holiday gifts this year compared to 2014. Just to give you an idea, the average spending per person is expected to reach $805.65, slightly higher than the 2014 holiday season, $802.45. And people are preferring online shopping over shopping in person, which I'm there. I do all of my shopping via the internet. If I go to the mall, it's because it's emotional shopping, perhaps.
In a new biography of President George H.W. Bush, the 41st president breaks his silence on his son's war team of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Vice President Dick Cheney.
He likes Cheney, respects him, but he clearly believed and wanted the historical record to reflect that he had objections to how Cheney had conducted his vice presidency.
John Meacham is a Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and author of Destiny and Power, the American Odyssey of George Herbert Walker Bush. For the book, Meacham was granted unprecedented access to the Bush family and their archives.
President Bush 41 believed that Cheney embodied an image of the 43 administration that was in some ways counterproductive around the world.
The elder Bush believes that Cheney acted too independently of his son and advocated too hawkish a line after the attacks of September 11, 2001. Meacham says George H.W. Bush believes that Cheney was pushed toward a harder line by his conservative wife and daughter.
Well, I think Bush 41 suggested that perhaps Liz Cheney and Lynn Cheney had an influence on Vice President Cheney.
We smile about it. We laugh about it. Same with my daughter, with Liz. But my family was not conspiring to somehow turn me into a tougher, more hard-nosed individual. I got there all by myself.
Cheney is reading Meacham's book, in which the 41st president calls the vice president iron ass. Cheney sees the comment as more compliment than criticism.
I took it as a mark of pride. The attack on 9/11 was worse than Pearl Harbor in terms of the number of people killed and the amount of damage done. So that, I think a lot of people believed then and still believe to this day that I was aggressive in defending, in carrying out what I thought were the the right policies.
Meacham also writes in the book that, quote, Bush 41 believed Cheney and his hard-charging staff had fueled a global impression of American inflexibility.
I've had much worse said about me than anything he ever thought. And I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what he meant by those diary entries. I fully admit that after 9/11, I saw my role as being as tough and aggressive as needed to be to carry out the president's policy, 43's policy, to make sure we didn't get hit again.
Nevertheless, Cheney says he likes the book.
The diary's fascinating because you can see how he felt at various key moments of his life. So I'm enjoying the book. I recommend it to my friends, and proud to be a part of it.
The elder Bush reserves his harshest criticism for Donald Rumsfeld, of whom he's quoted as saying, I don't like what he did, and I think it hurt the president, George W. Bush. Having his iron-ass view of everything, there's a lack of humility, a lack of seeing what the other guy thinks. He's more kick-ass and take names.
What we're currently looking at is train versus school bus, and of course we lose visual. This is in Maricopa. We lost it.
Rob, you may want to check the tag too. You got two specials.
Where is my chopper?
Yeah, dude, I've done this every time since we started getting back up. They send it over to mono. Oh, okay. They basically do two exact mono tracks. Yeah, one just took the left and the right, and then we just put those together. Right, so then the low tracks have to start coming at the same. Yeah. Talking about it. Thank you so much, Rob.
There we go.
Oh, Rob. The tag.
What we're currently looking at, what we're currently looking at is a black screen. But we have a train versus empty bus out of Maricopa. Only one person was involved, the driver of the bus, I believe. I'm going to see if I can get an interview with the police department. So give me a few minutes and hopefully we get our visuals back. But just so you know I'm still here, I'll put my face in the corner so you know I'm with you, even if the helicopter's not. All right, I'm going to get my guest on the phone, and I will be with you in just a moment. All right, I have on the phone with me Ricky Alvarado. And Ricky, did I said your name correctly, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, perfect. And tell me what your title is, please, sir.
I'm the Public Information Officer for the City of Maricopa Police Department.
All right, perfect. And we have these insane visuals that we're currently looking at via Skyfox. And it looks like a train versus a school bus. Can you give me how did this happen? And I believe that there was a driver, the bus driver was involved. Can you tell me what his or her current status is?
Well, what we got was initially about 6:28, we received a phone call into our dispatch center advising of a collision involving a school bus and the Union Pacific train. But when we arrived on scene, we were able to speak to the school bus driver. So what this is, the driver was heading northbound on State Route 347, crossing over the railroad tracks. For some unknown reason, once the train stopped to clear the roadway where the trains are, where school buses typically stop, open their door to check both ways, the school bus stalled. She was unable to start the bus again and began to scream for help. Another motorist heard her, jumped out of his vehicle, and it told her to get out of her vehicle and run, basically, as the arms began to come down on the school bus. The train was traveling westbound at approximately 60 miles an hour and attempted to emergency brake. However, a train this size going that fast can take up to 5 or 6 miles to actually come to rest or to stop. It struck the school bus pretty much T-bone style, if you will, pushed it off the tracks and sending it approximately 20 to 30 yards from the intersection of the major roadway here on State Route 347. The engineer, conductor, and everybody in the cabs of the train were fine. The school bus driver was unharmed, and the bus was empty at the time.
Thank goodness the bus was empty. Do you know how long it had been since she'd had children in it?
You know what? I believe the bus had just made its final drop. It was returning to the school bus barn, which is north of the tracks.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how many children were on it at the time that it actually left its last load, but I can say that it is fortunate that nobody was injured, either the driver of the school bus or the personnel on the train.
Absolutely, it's a blessing. And tell me, this scene to me looks very chaotic. How long does it typically take for you to clean something like this up? Should people avoid this area? And specifically, where is it located so people know to avoid the area?
Well, the timeline is not really up to us since it's a train and it is on the track. It's not like we can call a tow truck to remove it.
Right.
So Union Pacific has sent out a crew to check the train to make sure that it's serviceable, operable, and that none of the train tracks are damaged to where it's safe to move it. When a train goes into emergency braking, it is sometimes the responsibility of the hands to go through and to check each individual car to make sure that the brakes aren't locked before it can move. I have no timeline on when that's going to be. It is in the major roadway through the center of town, so we do have units on scene. There were detouring people east. If you're traveling northbound on 347 at Farrell Road, which will take you to Porter and bring you back to the main roadway on Cascade Maricopa Highway. If you're traveling, we're sending them east on Maricopa Cascade Highway to Porter Road to cross over the railroad tracks to make their way south of the city here.
Interesting. And do you think that this will affect the children that typically are on that bus tomorrow, even traffic-wise? Do you think that there will be detours for school buses tomorrow?
Well, unfortunately, there's no way to not cross anywhere here through the center of Maricopa without crossing over the railroad tracks. So I can't give you a definitive answer on that. I do know that the school bus driver is very shaken up. The engineer, the conductor of the train are very shaken up. I mean, imagine you driving a vehicle or a train that has a stopping distance of over 5 miles and seeing a school bus in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's terrifying. All right. Well, I greatly appreciate your time, Ricky. Stay safe, and I look forward to talking to you again, hopefully under better circumstances.
Thank you very much. You have a great evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So you heard Ricky Alvarado speaking right there in regards to this accident. We don't know when everything will be cleaned up. We don't know. I mean, really, it seems like everybody's having to take a detour. So if you do live in that area, or you have children that utilize that bus stop, or not bus stop, that utilize the bus system in that area, we have few answers in regards to when all of this is going to be cleared up and people can go back to their normal lives in Maricopa. So that's unfortunate, but we are thankful that everybody's okay, and we're especially thankful that there were no children on that bus. But our hearts ache for that bus driver, because I do imagine that was a pretty traumatic experience for her. Wow. Let's stay on these visuals for a little while we have them. So it looks like we've lost our helicopter there, but again, thankfully no one was injured. That was in the city of Maricopa. Train versus school bus. The school bus stalled on the train tracks. The train driver was able to get away, thank goodness. We are very thankful for that. It's 8 o'clock, so I'm going to give you my top 5 headlines, the DOC inmate attack video. You've seen it a couple of times. Let me show it to you in a different way so you don't have to watch that video again. I'm watching them with you. I get it. Here, we'll watch Troy Hayden discuss the video on his Facebook page.
Which senior was more critical in the article I read? I think it was the New York Times article, much more critical of
Kind of a day in the life of a correct. Hi everybody, Troy, and I'm at work now. I'm in the newsroom, and I'm running a story at 5 o'clock, so in about 15 minutes, with some exclusive video that I got a hold of today. And just a quick backstory on it. I am doing a story. I went out to Florence Prison, the max security prison, and did a story on kind of a day in the life of a corrections officer, and they're down a lot of officers right now, and I wanted to look at some of the challenges of being in, a max facility, max security facility. And I tried to, I requested some video from there, see if they had anything that would show me how dangerous it is, and it turns out they just released something to me today that nobody else has. It's from a fight that happened back in April. Actually, I can't call it a fight, it's an attack. And I want to show it to you right now, and I'm getting ready to go on the air with this. So I'll spin this around. So here it is on my computer. This is the chow hall. I'm going to run it. This is the chow hall at the max security unit. This is the central unit in Florence Prison. So if you've ever been down to Florence, it's where you basically see that main prison, all the big gray buildings down there. And not much is happening at first. And I'm going to go ahead and scroll through this a little bit. See, you see this corrections officer walking through. The inmates didn't like that. Apparently there were some newer inmates in here, and the corrections officers where they came from in another facility didn't walk through the chow hall in between the tables. And you're saying, well, that makes no sense. Why do they feel disrespected? And you're saying, why do they feel disrespected? That's because inmates sometimes don't think like the rest of us. So what you can't see here is there's a female corrections officer who's trying to leave this chow hall because they all feel threatened. They're all standing up. They're not obeying commands at this point. And they know something's going wrong here. So you can imagine, look at how outnumbered they are. They're trying to talk. They told me that what they try to do is use their words because they don't really have any weapons. And this is where things go wrong right here. And this is where I think it's so disturbing. Watch the guy on the far left. See these swings? Now watch. 20 to 30 inmates jump on those corrections officers, and they just kick and beat and hurt. 7 of them were injured, 1 of them seriously. And the whole attack lasts 14 seconds until people can come in, or the corrections officers can come in. And I want to show that to you again, because to me, it just blows my mind how quickly things went bad. And one of those corrections officers, again, was severely injured. So here they are negotiating again. Now here's where it goes wrong. Watch the man in the front right here who walks up on the left, and then he swings right there, and then how quickly they all jump on top of him there. I mean, it's just awful. What you have to realize, and what I realized after being in there, and my story's coming up next week, and I'll do some more advance notice to let everybody know, is, again, these men are not like normal people, many of them, and they don't react to anger, and they don't react to stress the way other people do, and the corrections officers always have to realize that. Now, before I let you go, because I got to go do this live shot for the 5 o'clock news, here's the good story out of all of this. And that is this man right here. He is Sergeant Reza. On the left is Director Charles Ryan from DOC. Sergeant Reza there laid down on top of one of his fellow corrections officers while he was on the ground getting pummeled by all those inmates. And he was just given a Valor Award for doing that. So Officer Reza, I believe, represents the best of DOC, and he was injured in that as well, but he got in between all those inmates and his fellow police officers. So again, 5 o'clock, so I've got about another 10 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get ready, get some makeup on, get out and show this video to everybody. So tune in tonight at 5 o'clock, and I'm on at 6 and 10 o'clock. Those are the two shows that I anchor, and we will have more coverage on this. And follow me, if you will, or like me, at Troy Hayden Fox 10 on Facebook. So thanks for watching. Bye.
All right, and next up, CNN questioning Ben Carson's past. He wrote in his book, and he's also talked about it in multiple speeches, that he had a really rough and edgy childhood. And CNN's interviewed almost 10 individuals in regards to his past, and none of them can even remotely say that they've seen anything like him chasing his mother with a hammer or beating somebody in the face until they have a deep gash in their face. So that is the interesting Ben Carson story. That is a CNN exclusive. And whether or not it's true, we're probably going to have to find out. I feel like this is one of those stories that is inevitable when you are taking the political world by storm, which he has recently. So we'll see what comes to fruition with that. Holiday shopping or holiday spending. This is like the 800th time I said shopping instead of spending. Holiday spending expected to go up. Hey, we're getting live visuals of them towing the bus, so we're gonna go here while I finish this out. Holiday spending expected to increase from $802.45 a person to $805.65 a person. Bush going after Cheney and Rumsfeld, and a new book about himself. And then this Democrat Loretta Sanchez going after SNL on the House floor, begging SNL to dump Trump before his SNL appearance this weekend, and I have video of that for you later. I'll bring that to you in a little bit, but right now we are looking at the bus being towed. And let me find that video. Lower third for you. Here you go. So we're gonna watch this bus get towed. I don't know if we've completely lost this feed, or let me see if I have an update on what's going on here. Oh, there it is. Waiting to see if we get our video back. It's been iffy all evening, I believe. And if you're just tuning in, we are located currently in Maricopa, Arizona, where a bus stalled. It had just made its last stop after dropping children off. The bus stalled on the train tracks. It was a female driver. She shrieked, "Please help me." Somebody insisted she get out of the vehicle when she couldn't stop her bus. She jumps out of the bus and the train puts on its emergency brakes. It's too big of a train and too short of a distance. The train slams into the bus. I believe they said sending it 20 yards, I believe. So the train slams into the bus. The bus, goes off, flies off. No one's hurt. However, there's a lot of cleanup to be done. We're currently looking at that, and they are detouring all traffic going through the city of Maricopa. And if you're just tuning in, we are looking at a live shot via Skyfox of a train versus bus. The bus is currently being towed away. This is located in Maricopa, Arizona, where a bus lost power. Its engine. How did I say it earlier? That it was perfection, and now I'm slaughtering it. Its engine stalled on the train tracks, so hopefully we're not losing our feed. Its engine stalled on the train tracks. The woman, the bus driver, started screaming for help. A man ran over to her and insisted she get out of the vehicle. The train tried to pull its emergency brakes. It was, of course, too close and too heavy, I believe, that the PIO had described to us. It could not stop in time. Hit the train that flew 20 yards, or I believe he said 20 yards, and here we are now looking at this bus being towed. The driver of the bus uninjured, the people inside the train uninjured, but there is a horrific traffic detour in Maricopa. Keep that in mind when you're traveling around the Maricopa area. Looks like we might have temporarily lost our feed, but if you are just joining us, we have been covering this story throughout the evening. It's out of Maricopa, Arizona. A train hit a school bus, a local school bus. Thankfully, the school bus had just finished dropping off its last pair of children, and after dropping off the children, the bus was headed back to its original location, and it stalled on the train tracks. The bus driver shrieked, begged for help, cried for help. An individual rushed to her and said, "You need to get out of the vehicle." She got out of the vehicle. The train attempted to use its emergency brakes. Unfortunately, it was too late, smashed into the bus. No one was injured, not even the driver of the bus, but it has created a bit of an inconvenience for the city of Maricopa as far as traffic is concerned. They've created detours around the city, and their train has their own engineers and maintenance people headed in that direction to check on the tracks. Because if there is an issue with the tracks, there could be additional issues with traffic in Maricopa. However, we don't know what the status of that is yet. And we're leaving the scene of the accident, train versus school bus. That was out of Maricopa. We had an interview earlier. You can rewind in case you missed that. It was kind of interesting to get to know the process. And we're going to watch some of our highlights from earlier today. Hold on.
Right here, this is the area.
Maybe a rash of burglaries in Levine has neighbors there concerned, and police say it may be because of the falling temperatures in the valley.
The cooler conditions encouraging people to open up their windows. It's an invitation to some burglars, and Steve Kraft joins us live with the story. That's an easy way to get in.
It's such an easy way to get in. First thing I want to do is show you where this is happening. Take a look right here. This is the area around 35th Avenue and Dobbins. That's in Levine. The burglaries in this area happening because, well, it could happen anywhere when you think about it, because when it gets nice outside, people may open their windows, right? And may not close and lock them when they're not home, allowing a burglar easy access. 4 burglaries in this neighborhood. 1 on Sunday night, 3 on Monday night, and 3 cars broken into. The bad guys ripped off garage remotes.
Yeah, we try and keep our windows locked, but it's really a nice neighborhood. It's too bad we got all these problems.
Burglars are criminals of opportunity. They're lazy. They're always looking for an easy score. If you make your home inconvenient to break into, they'll move on to the next one. But if you don't take some common sense precautions, it's easy to become a victim. You can get a security system, motion detectors, dogs, anything to discourage a burglar.
Lighting your property, making sure that it's well lit, trimming back the bushes, the landscaping and so forth. Those are things that you can do with what you have at home.
A common sense approach so your home doesn't become easy pickings.
Keep the windows open during the day, especially like when there's a lot of people out. That's okay, but then when it starts getting dark out, make sure everything is locked.
Now remember, it's not just this neighborhood, it could be anywhere. Phoenix police have some great burglary prevention tips, and we've got a link to it on the Seen on TV page of our website, fox10phoenix.com. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
A Valley man who killed a Phoenix fire dispatcher after driving the wrong way on I-17 pleads guilty to second-degree murder charges. Police say Stephen Martin's blood alcohol level was more than 3.5 times the legal limit at the time of that crash. Our Troy Hayden joins us live with reaction from the victim's family. Troy.
And he took the life of a woman really in the prime of her young life. Megan Lang, the victim here, was only 26 years old, a mother of 2 young boys. So she left behind her sons and also her husband, who was vowing now to fight to make Valley roads safer.
It's very bittersweet. We're glad that we have a light at the end of the tunnel now.
Patrick Lang's life changed forever last January. His wife was killed in a crash on I-17.
We do have a sense of closure as of today because he did change his plea to guilty.
Police say Stephen Martin was driving the wrong way. He swerved to avoid a DPS officer and crashed into 2 cars. According to court records, his blood alcohol level, 0.273. Today in court, he pled guilty to second-degree murder and endangerment charges.
We just don't want to see anything like this happen to another family. It's already happened to too many.
The Lang family has now hired an attorney and they're pursuing a civil suit. Their goal, reduce the number of wrong-way crashes.
We are looking for change. We're looking to effectuate change for really an epidemic.
Attorney Michael Define says dispatchers get between 30 and 50 calls for wrong-way drivers every month.
There's a fine balance between money and people's lives, and we want to focus more on people's lives than on budgetary constraints or concerns.
We've seen increased amounts of signs, but it's been an ongoing issue. It's not a new issue, it's a preventable issue.
Sentencing for Martin, that wrong-way driver, has been set for December 8th. Reporting live, Troy Hayden, Fox 10 News.
A Valley man claiming police brutality against 2 Mesa police officers.
Now, he's saying that he was pulled over for riding his bike without a light and claims that he was then beaten by the officers.
Just a short time ago, the department responded, releasing video from that incident in question, and Fox 10's Jessica Flores joins us live with the story. Jess.
John Kerry, right now we are in front of the Mesa Police Department. We just finished up speaking to a spokesperson. Now the department says they are investigating the allegations of police brutality. And the man we spoke to who was detained yesterday says police punched him in the face 3 times for no reason. Now, he was apparently stopped yesterday night on his way to work. He was riding a bicycle. Police stopped him because he matched the description of somebody else who was also on a bicycle. And during that stop, the man we talked to, Arthur Velasquez, takes out his phone. Now, he wasn't told to put his hands up, but he was detained. And when he took out his phone, things took a violent turn. Take a look at the video.
You put your phone away?
I'm calling my sister.
No.
Yes, I have a right to call my sister.
Don't.
Do not touch
put it
my
back
phone.
Put it back. I don't know who you're calling.
Look it. My sister's Vanessa. Her name is Nessa.
Calling. I do not know who you're calling, so put it down before I knock it out of your freaking hand.
Hey, Nessa. Cops are pulling me over, and I don't know why. And now he's being rough with me.
Dude.
I'm by Filiberto's.
Mesa Police spokesperson says the officers had every right to take the phone away. As for Velasquez, he believes that taking out that phone and making the call saved him from being further injured. Take a listen.
Who knows if maybe I didn't shout out that they were hitting me. They might have slipped. Sorry. They might not have stopped. That's what I'm scared of. What if I didn't call my sister? What if I ended up at the hospital with a fractured skull, broken bones? It's not something we should fear, coming from our peace officers.
Now, Velasquez did go to the hospital. He got 5 stitches. He had a concussion and he was banged up, some bruises and scrapes on his knee. He was not ever arrested or charged with resisting arrest, though Mesa police say that he did resist arrest. He did get a ticket, a bike ticket, for not having a light on his bicycle, and he is due in court on that matter. Now, Velasquez says he does want these officers to be put on leave, not paid administrative leave. Right now, the officers are currently still working. Reporting live in Mesa, I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
Scare at the fairgrounds is over. A baby goat, this little cute guy right here, stolen from his mother, has now been found. Caretakers put out a plea this morning right here on Fox 10 asking for his safe return. No questions asked. They just wanted the little guy back. And guess what? It worked out because Gus is back with his mom. And this story took over social media. It went national. Gus even ending up with his own Twitter page. Danielle Miller is live at the fairgrounds with the happy reunion tonight. Well, this is great news.
Absolutely, Carrie. Now, this story has caused quite the buzz, and I have to tell you that it was the absolute cutest thing seeing these two being reunited here after being away from each other for several hours. Now, the zoo here at the fair welcomed back these two with open arms. Now, it has signs here, there's balloons, and Gus is just 3 weeks old, and he was away from his mom, Custard, here for about 24 hours, and caretakers here at the fair say that any longer than that, he might not have made it.
Really is a miracle. The odds of finding him are astronomical.
3-week-old baby goat Gus was stolen around 5 o'clock last night from the fair.
We believe that someone scooped him up out of the Pennies Inn, stuffed it in their jacket, and walked out.
Fair staff quickly sprung into action looking for Gus, posting his story and picture on social media sites, which has since gone viral, and almost 24 hours later, he was reunited with his mom, Custard.
A man was walking his dog this afternoon along a canal, and someone had dumped Gus along the canal, and I don't even know if the man had seen the news, but he decided to be the good Samaritan that he is, Gus's angel, picked him up, took him to the PetSmart on Peoria and 31st Avenue, and they realized, wait, there's the news, I've seen the news, there's a goat missing.
Fair Livestock Director Karen Searle says they went to PetSmart and right away they knew it was Gus. They quickly brought him back to his mom where he belongs. Searle says being only 3 months old, Gus might not have made it much longer than he did.
He needs his mother's milk, and he can't he's never drank from a bottle, he can't have pasteurized milk, he would have starved to death within just a few days.
Although sad, someone did what they did. Both Searle and fairgoers are just happy this story ended the way it did.
It's so cute. I mean, he should be with his mom. I thought it was going to be a bad ending, so it's cute. It's good to know that it's a good ending.
And the entire time that we've been here, Gus and Custard are just inseparable. Gus has been nursing on his mom on and off for the last past couple hours. Now, there is adults and children out here just in love with this baby goat out here, snapping photos and just extremely happy that he has been returned. Now, as for the person who took Gus, we're not sure at this time who that was, but Searle tells us that because of this incident, they're going to be checking people coming in and out of the gates, just making sure that everything is okay. But as for now, Gus is not being let out of their sight. Reporting live, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, hi, everybody. There it is. I knew I had that there just a moment ago. And the city, very clear, very crisp, and brightening up somewhat here as I speak. So as you can see, things are quite settled down compared to yesterday at this time. 65 degrees. We have a few clouds. Winds west at 5. 35 degrees on the dew point. 33% on the humidity. That was way up into the 70s yesterday. Take a look at these numbers, though. 63 right now at Scottsdale, 66 at Fountain Hills, 60 at Cave Creek. We have 64 in Glendale, 67 in Surprise, and at Gateway, 63 degrees as things cool off a little bit. Oh, I thought I'd give you a little look at Sunrise here. 36 degrees, not much wind up there, and the humidity at about 30%. They picked up anywhere from 10 to 14 inches of new snow to get things going up there. At Snowbowl, they picked up, I think it was 10 to 14, about 10 to 16, something like that. It was about the same. So both of the ski areas getting a little bit of snow out of this thing. As you can see here, maybe a little cloud cover around tonight, but that'll be clearing off rapidly as well. Not much going on as far as the radar is concerned, but we are looking once again at the Flagstaff area now, and you can kind of see what's going on up there. That snow, yeah, it's melting away very, very rapidly. They had 8.8 inches in the area. 66 degrees, 63 in Mesa, 64 up in Scottsdale, 64 at Glendale for the high today. 93 was the record high. 80 is the normal high temperature for this time of year. As we get you a look around the state here, you can see up in Flagstaff, 38 degrees, 52 in Sedona, 59 at Globe, and then 64 degrees in Casa Grande. This is the normal line, and as you can see, we're up there, we drop back down again. We stayed pretty close to it during the 10-day period. 66 on the high, 50 on the low, 80 and 57 normal high and low, record high 93, record low at 32. Across the country, you can see this batch of moisture coming up from Texas going into the Gulf states. Look at that snow. It was rain and snow in the Dakotas today. Valley City, North Dakota, picking up 2 inches of rain. And once again, the freeze warning is on for tonight. We wanted to remind you about that. These temperatures will tell that story, of course, as you see those teens and 20s out there. And the daytime highs are going to be just a little weak as well, but they're going to have a nice climb to them. Look at this, 50 degrees overnight. We'll be looking at mid-70s and sunny tomorrow, Saturday 80, Sunday at 80 degrees as well, and lots of nice sunny days out there. By the way, Veterans Day next Wednesday, 73 and sunny. Watch your kids around water.
I'm Carrie Lake with a look at your Fox 10 Facebook news update. A man accused of driving drunk on I-17 and killing a Phoenix fire dispatcher changes his plea in court. Stephen Martin was charged with second-degree murder, endangerment, and drug possession for the fatal accident in January of this year. He has now pleaded guilty to the murder and endangerment charges. Martin hit and killed dispatcher Megan Lang. His blood alcohol level was 3 times the legal limit. He will be sentenced next month. ADOT says it is moving forward with construction on the South Mountain Freeway as some legal challenges get worked out behind the scenes. The agency recently filed for a 3-week extension in the case to collect records. Back in August, ADOT began tearing down homes to clear the way for the southern extension of the Loop 202. Construction on the road should begin next summer. The search is over for Gus, that baby goat stolen from the Arizona State Fair's petting zoo. The baby goat was found in a canal and taken to a PetSmart store. PetSmart then called the fair because they knew that the animal was missing. Valley firefighters still working to control the mulch fire burning near I-17 in Jomax. The fire began just before 2:30 Wednesday afternoon. It's been causing a lot of smoke in the air and people are having issues breathing. Fire officials estimate the size at 1 acre and they have several units on scene. Crews say for now, they're just going to let this fire burn itself out. And here's a look at your 10-day weather forecast. Plenty of sunshine, but very cool. Parts of the valley under a freeze warning for tonight. The cool down continues with high temperatures in the 70s and mild overnight lows in the mid-50s for the rest of the week. And that's a look at Thursday's top headlines. I'm Carrie Lake. Have a great day.
And that's going to go ahead and complete this evening's Fox 10 News Now broadcast. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I see you at 3, but we will be on the air tomorrow at 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Thanks so much for spending your day with us. Tomorrow's Friday. Thank you.